Chapter 120. Southern Kingdom. There were a few houses along the streets, with flowers and trees everywhere. The sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Outside, there were streams and canals. 3 houses had a well, and another had pots of flowers. Hong Lin led Pei Zi Yun around the city. Today, they went to an ancient Buddhist temple. Faint sounds of chanting could be heard coming from the temple. Pei Zi Yun followed the crowd and lit up some incense. He then walked out of the temple and looked around. The temple was neat and tidy. Pei Zi Yun looked at the paintings on the wall, and his eyes lit up. In the middle of the painting, the great Brahma god was extremely lifelike. Behind him, the lesser Brahma god and the immortals were all dressed in heavenly robes. Apart from the Brahma gods, there was something else that was different from the mainland. There were all sorts of ghosts and monsters, all naked. They wore shoulder pads, headbands, earrings, and all had strange expressions on their faces. Pei Zi Yun sighed. The Southern Kingdom is a remote place after all. These should be the local deities that were subdued. Or perhaps these are the deities of the big and small tribes. The Brahma sect has put in a lot of effort. Pei Zi Yun walked out of the temple. There were many people burning incense in the temple. Pei Zi Yun did not pay much attention to them. These days, Hong Lin had been translating for him, and he had a better understanding of the local culture. There were many villages in the mountains. A few decades ago, there was chaos. It was said that a tribe leader wanted to unify the Southern Kingdom. Everything had been settled a long time ago. However, the damage done to the tribe leader was very deep. Just as Pei Zi Yun was deep in thought, someone walked up to him. "Young master, my superior is here and is waiting for you." "Oh, let's go back then." Pei Zi Yun returned to the inn. When he entered the inn, he saw a private room on the 2nd floor. The registrar official was already seated. He had prepared a plate of peanuts and a flask of wine. He was eating with a dark expression on his face. Pei Zi Yun felt that something was amiss. He had not offended the registrar official. Why was he acting like this? He frowned and said, "So it's your excellency, sure. Apologies for not welcoming you." At least the registrar official had some manners. "Waiter, bring me some food and wine." Before long, the waiter brought the food and wine over. The registrar official poured a cup of wine and smiled. "Master top scorer, please have some wine." Pei Zi Yun was taken aback. After drinking a few cups of wine, the registrar official cleared his throat. "Master top scorer, I have treated you as an esteemed guest. Why must you bully me?" Could it be that the senior grand uncle had betrayed his sect and escaped to the Southern Kingdoms? Pei Zi Yun thought to himself as he replied, "Why does your excellency say that?" As for VIPs, if they laughed, they would treat them to some wine. They even had to pay for their own accommodation in a hotel. This kind of VIPs would be laughed at in the mainland. "Don't you know what your uncle has done?" The registrar asked hatefully. "Of course I don't know. That year my maternal uncle left home, and there was no news of him. That's why I came here to look for my relatives." Pei Zi Yun replied, "If I knew where he was and what he did, why would I bother asking your excellency, sure? Just go straight to their door." At this point, Pei Zi Yun could not help but have a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "HM." The registrar official felt that Pei Zi Yun's words made sense. He then took a closer look at Pei Zi Yun, and his expression softened. "This uncle of yours is no ordinary person. He is the high priest and has done many great deeds. It's best that you stop investigating. If not, even Master Top Scorer will be in trouble. Please tell me, your excellency. No matter what, I have to hide the remains of my elders. If not, how can I face my family?" Pei Zi Yun exhaled as he spoke. The entire hall was in a stalemate. The registrar official picked up his cup and took a sip. "Master Top Scorer, I've received your brush and ink. If you really want to know more, you have to go to Lumen Mountain. As for the rest of the matter, don't bother looking for me." As he spoke, the registrar official picked up a pair of chopsticks and ate a piece of meat before leaving. This registrar official is so rude, but he spoke so mysteriously. It seems like there's more to this person within the sect than meets the eye. Even the registrar official of the Southern Kingdoms refused to divulge anything. "I can only take one step at a time." Pei Zi Yun thought to himself, "But I've already provided some clues. The High Priest, Lumen Mountain, and the registrar official isn't willing to continue. What reason do I have to trouble him then? Let's go to Lumen Mountain first. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he called for Hong Lin. He then took out 2 taels of silver and said, Hong Lin, this is your reward. You've worked hard as a guide these few days. I won't mistreat you. There's a table full of food and wine inside as well. Hong Lin received the silver and entered the room. Seeing the table full of food and wine, he took a few bites and was overjoyed. Young master is really generous. I've profited greatly. Pei Ziyin returned to his room when he felt a killing intent coming towards him. Pei Ziyin quickly drew his sword and pointed it at the air, causing sparks to fly. Pei Ziyin looked over and saw a lady dressed in black robes. She had a golden bracelet around her ankles and was wielding a knife. She wanted to take his life. Who are you? Pei Ziyin looked at the Miao woman and squinted his eyes as he asked. Hearing Pei Ziyin's words, the woman replied coldly, Since you're the nephew of the high priest, I have to kill you. If not, why would I leave you alive to lead the rebellion? As soon as the lady finished speaking, she swung her knife at him again. Pei Ziyin understood immediately. The registrar official must have leaked the news and attracted the attention of his senior grand uncle's enemy. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Who are you? I'm looking for Li Xianlian. What does that have to do with you? Li Xianlian is the high priest of the Miao village. Don't you know that? The lady dressed in black robes had a killing intent. She swung her knife, but her knife skills were extremely sharp. I'll capture this lady first and interrogate her later. Pei Ziyin thought to himself and laughed coldly. So she's an enemy of my elder. Let's capture her first. Just as he was about to charge forward with his sword, a flash of light appeared. Pei Ziyin squinted his eyes and realized that the flash had disappeared. Is that a Dao technique? This is even stranger. Bind. Pei Ziyin pointed out with his finger as the lady in black robes was about to fall to the ground. She hurriedly raised her knife and slammed it into the ground. Pei Ziyin executed the free cloud sword technique and charged forward. Within a few strikes, the lady in black robes was forced to retreat. She was unable to defend herself. At this point, the lady in black robes tore off her mask and shouted, Young chieftain, please stop. Pei Ziyin squinted his eyes. Who are you? The lady in black robes tore off her mask. She was a young lady of about 17 or 18 years of age. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and was extremely beautiful. She bowed down respectfully. I am the daughter of the chieftain's servant. I have inherited the position of a servant, and am in charge of buying and selling goods for the village. Why did you try to assassinate me? And why did you recognize me as the young chieftain? Pei Ziyin asked coldly. The young lady hurriedly replied, Young chieftain, this chieftain is our enemy. We were looking for news of Li Xianlian and thought that it was a conspiracy between the government and the village. After some investigation, we found out that it was the nephew of the chieftain. We were surprised and overjoyed at the same time. We were afraid that it was a trap, and thus came to test the waters. Now that we have seen that young chieftain is proficient in the chieftain's sword techniques and witchcraft, the chieftain left behind his last words. He said that someone who understands his sword techniques and witchcraft must be his successor. He told us to take note of him and inherit his position and treasures, leading the village to a bright future. The young lady was extremely excited as she bowed down once again. Oh, really? Pei Ziyin pondered for some time before speaking out. Throw away your weapon and tell me what's going on. The young lady obediently tossed the knife in her hand to one side before retrieving a dagger, poison powder, and hidden weapons. She then replied, Young chieftain, the chieftain's army was defeated and killed. My mother gathered the remaining soldiers and returned to Lumen Mountain. After that, she sought refuge with the government. If it weren't for the venomous snakes and insects guarding the mountain, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out by the chieftain. It's just that without a backbone, the village has become weaker and weaker. The high priest left behind a prophecy that there would be a descendant who would take over his position and bring a bright future to the village. My mother was close to the chieftain, and thus had witnessed the high priest's powers many times. Just now, when young chieftain used witchcraft and was proficient in the chieftain sword techniques, I was able to confirm it. Pei fell silent for some time before understanding why the young lady had bowed down to him and called him young chieftain. He was speechless. No wonder this young lady's sword techniques and witchcraft had traces of free cloud sex teachings. With such martial arts and techniques, it wouldn't be difficult to make the entire village submit to him. Even after so many years, she was still so loyal. It was scary. He then instructed, "Tell me everything about your chieftain in detail. I came from a mainland, and am not very clear about the details." Yes. The young lady recounted everything in detail. Our chieftain preached and healed people. Very quickly, he became the high priest of one of the villages. After that, he became very powerful and saved countless lives. He had many other villages under his command. When he was at his peak, he had more than 10 villages under his command. His army numbered in the tens of thousands. The king of the southern kingdom was on the decline and couldn't even withstand a single blow. At that time, everyone wanted to support our chieftain and claim the throne of the southern kingdom. We were all very happy. The young lady spoke proudly. The next moment, her face turned gloomy. It's just before he claimed the throne, our chieftain suddenly passed away, and everything fell apart. In the beginning, there were still many villages under his command, and they built tombs and tombs. Eventually, there was no young chieftain, and after a long time, they no longer obeyed his orders. Some even attacked him. The king of the southern kingdom even declared that our chieftain was a traitor and started to kill him. All these years, only the most devout followers of our chieftain had gathered on the mountain. After so many years, many of them died, and some of them scattered. Now, there are only 100 of them left. It's a tough life. Who would have thought that we would finally meet our young chieftain today? What's your name? And what's this Lumen Mountain? When Pei heard this, he fell into deep thought. His senior granduncle was originally from the Miao tribe. It's no wonder that even though he was a genius, he wasn't able to fight for the position of chieftain. It's just that when he came back, he heard that he relied on his Dao arts to raise his troops. He was powerful for a while, but then he suffered a backlash and died. Although the southern kingdom was small, it was still a kingdom. Perhaps this was a possibility. Pei Ziyun asked again. My mother gave me the surname He, and my name is He Qing Qing. Lumen Mountain was the chieftain's headquarters. Our village was built on top of Lumen Mountain. Our chieftain's tomb is also located there. At this point, He Qing Qing knelt down. Young chieftain, please save our village. They've waited for 20 years, and their days have been tough. Right now, our village doesn't even have enough food for 3 days. This time, I'm at my wit's end. I wish to sell all the items that the chieftain had given to my mother. As she spoke, she pointed to the golden circlet around her ankle and started crying. Pei Ziyun sighed and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He nodded his head and said, "Rations are a small matter. It's just money. I have some silver here. You can go and purchase it. It's just at my uncle's tomb." Pei Ziyun said solemnly, "I have to pay my respects." Chapter 121. The Southern Kingdom was a city after all, and had a lot of resources, especially since it was only enough for 100 people. He only had to pay for it. He spent 50 taels of silver and managed to procure more than 10 ox carts. Along the way, the sky was wide and the clouds were low. On both sides of the road were fields. Some were crops, some were tobacco leaves. Off in the distance, there was a mountain range. There were houses all over the place. Every house had a blue and white checkered pattern on the walls. Most of them were hand-painted by the owners. Pei Ziyun felt refreshed as he remembered many things. AI, it's been 2 years since I've been here. He thought of the night when he woke up, the night he fought and became an elementary scholar. Then he heard that Yi Su had left and formed an enmity with Holy Jail sect. He then entered the city to become a top scorer and personally requested for a title. Now, he had come to the Southern Kingdom. He had traveled half a kilometer to the entrance of a mountain. However, the peddler refused to go any further. "Young master, it's not that we don't want to go up the mountain. It's just that the mountain is too dangerous. If young master insists on going, we have no choice but to go back." The peddler rejected Pei Ziyun's request. When He Ching heard the peddler's words, her face turned cold. "Young master, there's no need to make things difficult for them. The mountain is used to misunderstandings." When He Ching finished speaking, her face turned gloomy. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun understood and sighed. "Let's unload the goods, and you can go back." As soon as he said this, the peddler hurriedly said, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." He hurriedly unloaded the horses and ox carts. He didn't even bother with the carriages as he hurried back. When he was a distance away, he said, "This young master from the mainland is so stupid. How did he manage to get in touch with this mountain? Isn't he afraid of being eaten by the poisonous snakes in the mountains? Women are tempting. Look at this pretty girl. Maybe she's been poisoned. Let's see how long he can live." He Ching didn't have much interest in this. When she heard the discussion, her face fell. She held on her miao and said to Pei Ziyun, "Young chieftain, these people dare to insult you. I shall go up and kill them all." He Ching was about to go up when Pei Ziyun stopped her and said, "There's no need to kill these people. I know why." Pei Ziyun looked at her gently. "I've heard you say that my uncle has set up the mountain. The Southern Kingdom has tried to attack the mountain several times but failed. Since that's the case, let's use the economy, money, goods, and provisions." Not only did the king of the Southern Kingdom impose a political ban, but he also spread rumors that the people in the stronghold dug out their hearts and ate humans, and that there were countless venomous insects and snakes. Perhaps he even deliberately created bloodshed and conflicts in the beginning. After a long time, everyone naturally believed the rumors. Even the normal trade and communications were gradually cut off. This is the reason why the stronghold is in such a difficult situation. From this point alone, it can be seen that the king of the Southern Kingdom is not a mediocre ruler. It's a pity that the decline of his kingdom is irreversible. Pei Ziyun then said, "Although the Southern Kingdoms have been destroyed and returned to Shuzhou County, the rumors will eventually become the truth. Besides, even without the king of the Southern Kingdoms, there are still other tribes with enemies. That's why it's so difficult to solve this dilemma. I see that this benefactor is Bo. He must be someone from a certain tribe." Pei Ziyun wore a smile on his face as he frowned and lectured. "You are the steward of the stronghold. You should understand this." When He Ching heard this, she was enlightened. Her eyes turned red, so that's how it is. Actually, the leader of the stronghold had left behind quite a lot of gold and silver. But even with money, it was difficult to buy anything. Even if he did, the price would be several times more expensive. My mother was always worried. Before she died, she held my hand and said that I was useless. She said that I had ruined the chieftain's family business. She even said that this was the young chieftain's property. If the young chieftain were to come one day, how was she going to explain this to him? It was us who were useless. We couldn't see through their schemes. At this point, He Ching started tearing up. When Pei Ziyun heard this, his heart was filled with sorrow as well. He then waved his hands. "All right, it's good that you're still alive. Let's move these wagons up the mountain." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, He Ching then stopped. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall summon my fellow tribesmen." He Ching then placed her fingers in her mouth and formed a ring with her fingers. She then blew into the ring and blew a unique whistle. Before long, a huge eagle swooped down from the mountain. He Ching stretched out her hands and caught the eagle. She patted its head as the eagle rubbed against her. Little you, bring this cloth back and hand it over to the stronghold." He Ching then tied a piece of cloth around the eagle's neck and released it. The eagle then flew up into the sky. Before long, dozens of people could be seen descending the mountain. When they got closer, they saw more than 10 people. "Stronghold chieftain, you finally returned. If you didn't return, the mountain would have run out of food." Pei Ziyun looked at these people. Although there were about 10 strong men, most of them were old and frail. When they saw the rations, they were extremely excited. "All of you are here. I've finally found the young chieftain. Come, and pay your respects." He Ching Ching shouted out to everyone. Hearing these words, these people didn't react in time. They then started discussing amongst themselves. He Ching Ching's face was cold as she pulled them aside to speak. After some time, a group of people turned around and prostrated themselves on the ground. "Greetings, young chieftain." Pei Ziyun felt that it wasn't easy to accept such a form of address. However, he didn't say anything. "Everyone, get up. Let's move the rations up the mountain." The villagers then stood up and replied, "Thank you, young chieftain." Some of them pulled the carts, while others pushed the carts. More than 10 carts of rations were moved up the mountain. The entire scene was filled with laughter and laughter. When they reached the stronghold, there weren't many people around. Pei Ziyan looked at He Ching Ching and asked, "Why are there so few people in the stronghold?" Hearing Pei Ziyan's words, He Ching Ching's eyes dimmed. All these years, the stronghold has been oppressed. Some people couldn't take it any longer and ran away. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun sighed. The people in the stronghold hadn't left the mountain. Everyone had gathered around. Indeed, there were only about 100 of them. He Ching Ching spoke to an old woman. She was dressed in the most complete set of clothes and could still be seen. Her face was filled with wrinkles as she asked, "Miss, is this the young chieftain?" He Ching Ching replied, "Yes, Granny. I verified it." Not only did the young chieftain inherit the chieftain's sword techniques, he also inherited the chieftain's witchcraft. He will definitely lead us to a bright future. Everyone started cheering. Many years ago, the chieftain had led the stronghold to fight against the chieftain. He had conquered more than 10 strongholds and was awe-inspiring. This glory was still etched in the memories of the elderly and was passed down to the younger generation. The group of people bowed to the young chieftain and shouted, "Greetings, young chieftain." Pei Ziyan raised his hands. "All of you rise. Rations, cloth, meat. Distribute them among yourselves. These are nothing. There will be more in the future." Hearing Pei Ziyan's words, everyone started cheering. They then proceeded to roast the meat, distribute the wine, distribute the milk fans, and distribute the rations. Everyone was in a festive mood as they danced and sang. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all gathered around the bonfire, holding hands as they sang and danced. He Ching Ching watched on as tears rolled down her cheeks. How many years had it been since she last saw such a scene? Pei Ziyun's face was solemn. Although He Ching Ching had said that those who stayed behind were the most devout of her followers, Pei Ziyun could see that many of them were already numb to it. Time had long since worn away the passion and devotion they once had. Accepting him was just a matter of habit. However, this was human nature, and Pei Ziyun did not have any objections. He then turned to He Ching Ching and said, "Uncle has passed away. I should pay him a visit. Please lead me there." He Ching Ching nodded her head. "Young chieftain, of course. Please follow me." The core of the stronghold was a huge courtyard. The first impression it gave off was that it was extremely majestic. Exquisite arches were erected, and there were 2 layers of arches. The walls were white, and the bricks were gray. The bricks were blue, and the walls were blue. They entered through the main door. The buildings were connected by corridors, and the stairs were arranged in an ingenious manner. It was easy to get to and fro from one another. The corridors in the courtyard were crisscrossed, and there were 4 round windows in each corner. The doors and windows were made of wood, which gave it a sense of grandeur. However, it was obvious that although the buildings had been cleaned, they were old and broken. This is the chieftain's residence. When a young chieftain arrives, we will clean it up. He Ching Ching was a little embarrassed. "Now, let's go to the back mountain and pay our respects to the chieftain's tomb." Southern Kingdom's city within a courtyard. Shermu Zhong had followed Pei Ziyin all the way to the Southern Kingdom. He was listening to the reports of the spies he had planted in the Southern Kingdom. "Li Xianlian, Taoist, uncle? Lumen Shan? You're saying that the high priest from 20 years ago was called Li Xianlian?" Shermu Zhong frowned as he asked. "Yes, not many people know this name." It seems like Pei Ziyin didn't know anything about it either. The person he asked was the registrar that we had planned in the government. The registrar didn't know anything about it at first. It was only after some investigation that he found out. Shermu Zhong paced back and forth. His heart was filled with suspicion. According to the reports, Lumen Shan was the last surviving member of the High Priest. However, times have changed. What relationship does this person have with Pei Ziyan? Could it be that he wants to inherit the High Priest's mantle and rebel? That's a joke. But Pei Ziyan traveled such a long distance to come here. He wouldn't be so bored as to create trouble for himself. Could it be that I can't see through his plans? Shermu Zhong hesitated for some time. It seemed like he had to investigate the situation on Lumen Shan first. Shermu Zhong then instructed, "Go back and find out more information about Lumen Shan. Be careful." Yes. The man walked out as he was escorted by more than 10 warriors. It seemed like he had quite a bit of authority. Shermu Zhong then activated his communication talisman. The last time, it was too easy to find out more information. Young Master Xie had already sent a spy, who was said to be from Free Cloud Sect. Shermu Zhong activated the communication talisman as it glowed brightly. A man appeared on the other side of the talisman. His face was masked, and Shermu Zhong looked at him and asked, "Do you know if there's anyone from Free Cloud Sect who has gone to the Southern Kingdom?" The man within the talisman pondered for some time before replying, "Definitely not. Free Cloud Sect's influence doesn't even extend to the Southern Kingdom." However, 20 years ago, there was a man called Li Xianlian. It said that he had the blood of the Southern Kingdom's Wang family. He couldn't become the sect leader and thus betrayed the sect. He then went to the Southern Kingdom. So that's how it is. Tell me more about the recent changes within Free Cloud Sect. Shermu Zhong paced back and forth, feeling that he shouldn't waste this opportunity as he asked. The communication talisman consumed a lot of energy. The further one traveled, the more expensive it would be. Recently, Senior Brother Songji has entered the Exponential Powers Cave to cultivate. He's trying to break through the gates of heaven. It seems like he's fighting with Pei Ziyan for the core disciples. And within the sect, the man listed out the details. "Good, please be careful," Shermu Zhong said in satisfaction. "Of course. I've been here for so many years, and nobody knew about me. Why would I reveal my identity?" As soon as he finished speaking, the talisman stopped. Shermu Zhong paced back and forth as he pondered. So there's such a connection? But Free Cloud Sect didn't chase after him all those years ago. Besides, he's already dead. What's Pei Ziyan doing here? Is he trying to ascertain if he's dead or alive? There's no need for Pei Ziyan to come here personally. Could it be that he received guidance from someone? Could it be that there's a hidden treasure? Shermu Zhong paced back and forth as he thought of a plan. After some time, he laughed. "No matter what, you've inherited the legacy of the sect. You've also made many enemies. Most people don't wish for the High Priest to return. It doesn't matter if there's a hidden treasure or not. Once I spread the news, people will be tempted and suspicious. When that happens, I'll be able to reap the benefits." Chapter 122. Night. Pei Ziyan looked up at the stars in the sky. He could see the shadows of the trees and grass around him. The Qo mountain range looked rather eerie. He Qing brought along 2 warriors and led him towards the back of the mountain. The mountain path was rugged and filled with moss. The deeper they went, the less people there were around them. It was almost impossible to move forward. After walking for a kilometer or 2, they saw a stone forest. This is the stone forest outside the tomb. However, there are poisonous snakes protecting it. Look, these are the snakes that are master-reared. They have multiplied quite a lot over the years. He Qing pointed out. Under the light of the fire, they could see that there were many pillars, all of which were covered in moss. It was obvious that they had been weathered by the wind and rain. Several poisonous snakes were circling around the pillars, spitting out their tongues. The snakes had triangular heads and thin necks. Their backs were gray and brown. I have a way to avoid snakes. He Qing played her flute. Following the sound of the flute, the poisonous snakes that were standing up immediately slumped back down. Even the 2 warriors had a look of caution on their faces. Other than the poisonous snakes, there were only the stone pillars. As they walked up, they walked left and right. After an unknown period of time, He Qing put down her flute. In front of them was a cave. Seeing the young lady, she was silent, tears welling up in her eyes. "Young chieftain, it's inside." The four of them walked in. The light from the fire shone on the stone walls of the cave. The stalactites were of different shapes and sizes. It was very mesmerizing. However, most of the caves were the same, with many twists and turns. If one did not know the way, he would get lost. Ching led the way and stopped in front of a stone wall. She felt around a stone pillar for some time before turning on a switch. "Ha!" The stone wall started to move towards them. They entered a large hall. Other than the light from the fire, it was pitch black. There was a strange smell in the air. It was neither fragrant nor smelly. Ching held up the torch and lit up the oil lamps on the pillars. The two warriors swallowed their saliva as their legs turned to jelly. Even Pei Ziyun felt a chill down his spine. The hall was very large, and there were many stone coffins placed on it. It was like a tomb chamber densely packed together. For some reason, one of the coffins was half open, and inside was a rotten skeleton. The clothes on the body were tattered, and the skin and flesh were stuck together with the stone coffin. Seeing these coffins, Pei Ziyun was jolted awake. He looked at Ching and asked, "Could these be the women who were buried with Uncle?" Ching's eyes were red as she listened to Pei Ziyun's words. She then laughed out and said, "Young chieftain, these are the brave warriors who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the chieftain when he ascended. They were willing to protect the chieftain from the underworld. They're all top-notch warriors." As she said this, her expression dimmed. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun fell silent. He then stepped forward and bowed. Neither of them spoke a word. After a long time, Ching then walked forward. It turned out that at the end of the hall, there was a black stone wall with engravings on it. There was a carving on the wall which attracted Pei Ziyun's attention. It seemed to be a picture of a deity, but the carving was very strange. Ching fumbled around for a while before opening another stone door. However, she didn't enter. "Young chieftain, this is the tomb of the chieftain. If you wish to pay your respects, please enter." When Pei Ziyun got closer to take a look, he noticed that the stone door was huge. The inside was dark and gloomy and looked very scary. Without hesitation, he walked in and saw a long corridor. As he walked along the corridor and up the stairs, he saw that the walls were filled with murals. Pei Ziyun used his torch to illuminate the murals and realized that they were depicting his master's battles. He couldn't help but laugh and lost interest in looking at the murals any further. Entering the tomb, he wasn't in a hurry to look. He lit up the oil lamp, and the room was bright. He saw a huge coffin placed on an altar. There were many stone pillars around it, all carved with dragon carvings. Behind the coffin was a throne, and the robes were placed on it. Beside the coffin was a scepter. Surrounding the coffin were stone walls, and it was very dry. Gold, silver, and other valuables were stored in chests in the middle of the tomb. The lids were opened, and jade robes, long swords, treasured armors, and luminous pearls were laid out. Surrounding the chests were several skeletons, which had long since decomposed. Seeing the treasures, Pei Ziyun was mesmerized. After a while, he laughed and muttered to himself, "Small horns, thin claws. This is a dragon. Even so, I'm afraid it's not something you can use. Senior granduncle, all those years ago, you earned such a huge fortune, and yet you've turned into dust. As a cultivator, longevity is the most important thing." Pei Ziyun sighed and fell silent for some time. He had only been in this world for 2 years, and yet he had gained a deeper understanding of it. In a world with such mysterious powers, there were many rules and taboos. If this senior grand uncle had succeeded and conquered the Southern Kingdom, he would have been able to use the Horn Dragon. However, if he failed and died, he wouldn't be able to use the Horn Dragon. Furthermore, the price he had to pay wasn't just this. The seniors of the sect had chosen to enter paradise and did not wish to die here. Pei Ziyun knelt down in front of the coffin and touched it. "I can't sense anything." He hesitated. Could it be that all his efforts had been for naught? He looked around and saw jade robes, long swords, treasured armors, luminous pearls, gold and silver. Pei Ziyin shook his head. None of these could have been left behind. He then looked at the throne and saw a scepter. On the scepter were carvings of venomous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, toads, spiders, and other poisonous insects. They were all over the scepter and looked extremely terrifying. As Pei Ziyin neared, he could sense something. He was overjoyed and reached out to grab the scepter. Indeed, I can sense something. This journey of 1,000 miles has not been in vain. Pei Ziyin held the scepter in his hands. His heart was at peace. His journey to the southern kingdom had been worth it. With his scepter, he would be able to improve his Dao skills. He held the scepter in his hands and sighed. No matter what, he was indebted to his senior granduncle. He then knelt down once more and said, "Uncle, this is the item you loved the most when you were alive. I will not take anything else but this walking stick. I hope Uncle will not blame me." As he spoke, he retreated. When he left, Pei Ziyin saw the young lady and 2 other warriors bowing down to him. Although they were still kowtowing, their attitude was different from before. "What's wrong?" Pei Ziyin was surprised. "Now I believe that you are the young chieftain. I have neglected you in the past. Please punish me." He Ching raised her head. Her eyes were red as she spoke. "When I have only known each other for a day. It's normal for you to think this way. But why did you change your mind?" Pei Ziyin heard her words and was somewhat surprised. He Ching then stretched out her hands and tapped on a mechanism. "Guarding the tomb is our mission. The chieftain has ordered that if you are the young chieftain, you can touch anything except the coffin. As long as you open the coffin, even if you are the young chieftain and not the chieftain, I will not let you live. I would rather die than to activate the mechanism to seal the tomb. Apart from the coffin, there's also the imperial seal and the robes. The chieftain will do as he sees fit. As for the other treasures, young chieftain can take them all. These are the military resources that the chieftain has left for you." Just now, young chieftain bowed respectfully and did not touch the coffin or the imperial seal. "All you did was take the scepter. You must be a relative of the chieftain. If I have offended you before, I hope young chieftain will forgive me. From now on, no matter what young chieftain does, I am willing to assist you." When Pei Ziyin heard these words, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had made a mistake just now and was in deep trouble. Thinking back to the skeletons in the tomb, he understood. Those skeletons must have had ulterior motives and were trapped in the tomb. He then asked, "Then how did you know what I was doing inside?" "There's a side chamber that's closer to the tomb. We can see the tomb from there." He Ching said everything she knew. At this point, she tried to persuade him. "Young chieftain, although it's a sign of respect for the deceased, these treasures were meant for you. Why don't you take them?" Pei Ziyin took a deep breath and made up his mind. He then looked at He Ching. "There's only the few of us here. Let me ask, my uncle wants to be the king of the southern kingdom. Do you think it's possible?" He Ching revealed a conflicted look. "It's the dynasty now. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult." She then looked at Pei Ziyin and said resolutely, "But if young chieftain wishes to inherit the chieftain's throne, even if I have to die 10,000 times, I will support young chieftain." "You're wrong." Pei Ziyin looked at her expression and smiled. "It's the right time, the right place, and the right people. The time is right for the dynasty to be unified. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be surrounded and attacked by the entire empire. In terms of the right place, after 100 years of chaos, even the people of the southern kingdom would want peace and stability. Even if the 100 strongholds aren't loyal, they're at least at ease. In terms of the right people, we only have 100 people in our stronghold. Most of them are old and weak. What can we do? Hence, there's no need to discuss this matter anymore." Hearing these words, He Ching heaved a sigh of relief. She was a little disappointed as well. She then heard Pei Ziyin continue, "But these treasures were prepared by my uncle for the throne. Since I'm not going to cause trouble, I can't touch them. I'll leave them here. It's a form of imperial qi for my descendants. When the world is in chaos and there's hope for the throne, our family will excavate these treasures. As for now, don't tell me that I can't even feed 100 people." Pei Ziyin smiled as he said these words. "Actually, This was the perfect balance between hope and reality. It was like chicken soup for the soul. However, when He Ching heard this, she nodded her head profusely. Young chieftain is right. Pei Ziyun followed He Ching out of the cave. When they were outside the cave, he felt the wind blow against his body. He then realized that he was sweating profusely. Just now, he had concealed his killing intent and was almost killed. But that's human nature. Now that I've convinced He Ching, I can't be calculative. The four of them walked back the way they came. There were a few stars in the sky as the four of them descended the mountain. He had just exited the stone forest and walked about 10 steps when he suddenly felt a slight breeze. At that moment, he thought to himself that something was wrong. His body reacted, and he crouched down. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Pu. A gentle breeze blew past, brushing past his face. He could smell a strange odor. Pei Ziyun then thought, "Is that an arrow?" And it's a poisonous arrow. Such a poisonous arrow could not be shot very far. If one were to be hit by it, it would be highly toxic. Although there was still a way to deal with it. If one were to be hit by it and be surrounded, it would be too late to neutralize the poison. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a long whistle. Several torches flew towards him and landed on the ground, carrying a strange odor with them. Not good. It's snake-repellent kerosene. He Ching screamed out in fear. Indeed, the poisonous snakes behind her started to move away. At the next moment, a group of people pounced forward, their blades gleaming under the moonlight. Chapter 123. The young lady's eyes were filled with disbelief as she shouted, "Behind the mountain, there's nothing but a cliff. How did you get up here?" Hearing the young lady's voice, Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold. She had come with ill intentions. Were they his enemies? Kill. More than 20 mountain men surrounded him, their bodies filled with killing intent. They drew their swords from their waists. The swords gleamed with killing intent as they shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Pei Ziyun unsheathed his long sword and laughed coldly. His sword flashed, and with a zung sound, sparks flew from his sword. A strand of energy, as thin as a strand of hair, pressed against the blade, causing it to tilt and almost fall out of his hand. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared in the man's throat. Pei Ziyun's shadow flashed as he slashed at the man's right ribs. This man had no way of dodging. The onlookers could see everything clearly. The rest of the men gasped in shock. They heard a pu sound as Pei Ziyun's sword pierced through the man's body without any resistance. The tip of the sword pierced through the man's internal organs. Ugh! Both men groaned and fell to the ground. Kill! Follow the young chieftain to kill the enemy. Kill him! Someone screamed as several swords slashed at him. Blinding light technique. At this point, an explosion of white light erupted. Everyone's eyes were blinded, and they could no longer see clearly. Kill! Pei Ziyun dodged to the left, his sword piercing through a man's left hip. He then pulled it out and dodged again, mercilessly piercing through another man's heart. As he moved forward, his sword flashed. The people who had surrounded him had their throats ripped apart, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The effect of the blinding light technique faded away. The mountain men who had rushed forward were shocked as they screamed, "Witchcraft! The high priest's witchcraft! Do not panic." At this point, a middle-aged man rushed forward and shouted, "Die!" The blade flashed and slashed down. "Brave warrior! Brave warrior!" The mountain men who had been terrified started to shout out loud. There were originally clouds in the sky, but they dispersed at this moment, revealing the cold moonlight and the twinkling stars. All of a sudden, the sword gleamed, and the middle-aged man's head flew off. At this moment, his mouth was wide open, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. In less than a tenth of a second, the body rushed forward and fell to the ground. He propped himself up and stood up. A large mass of red and white stuff appeared on the head that had been cut off. Then, without any sound or movement, he fell back down. It was only at this point that Pei Ziyun retreated for the first time, avoiding the two blades. To be able to force Pei Ziyun to back down, He must be extraordinary. The two people in front of him had bright eyes. One of them was a young man. Although he was tall and well-built, his face was still childish. The other was a middle-aged man, with high eyebrows and a face that looked like it had been through many hardships. It's a saber technique developed through killing. It's somewhat similar to the military saber techniques, but even more bizarre. The stalemate was short-lived. In the next moment, the three of them crossed paths. A "pah" sound could be heard as an arm was sliced off at the shoulder. The arm stretched out in mid-air, as if trying to grab onto something. However, there was only air. Ziachinji, Pei Ziyun blocked the young man's attack. The middle-aged man who had lost an arm gripped his blade tightly. The moonlight shone on his face, and he did not seem to be in any pain. Instead, he seemed to be in pain as he continued to rush forward. Pooh! This time, the sword pierced through from the left side. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Pei Ziyun retracted his sword and retreated, once again blocking the young man's blade. At such a young age, without a master, and with such terrifying saber techniques, you must be born with intelligence. It's a pity that you've met me. You'll still die. To be able to force Pei Ziyun to use his full strength, these two men must have gone through a lot of training. Their martial arts techniques were precise. However, in terms of intelligence, this young man was still a notch above them. Sword techniques were the art of war. Hence, Pei Ziyun chose to kill the weaker man first. At that moment, the two men did not move, but stood still. In just a second or two, the young man's eyes revealed a murderous intent. His childishness had been replaced by a sinister and terrifying killing intent. All of a sudden, the young man pounced forward like a leopard. This was a blade that was as fast as lightning. Fine. Perhaps Pei Ziyun was trying to accumulate his strength and killing intent. However, it was a pity that Pei Ziyun was not just a martial artist. This short moment gave him the opportunity to unleash his full strength. The young man's body stiffened. It was a slight movement, but it was enough to determine the victor and the loser. The sword pierced through his skin, slicing through his muscles, severing his nerves and veins, before piercing through his heart. The young man had a strange look on his face. He paused for a moment before his fingers loosened their grip on the long blade. He fell to the ground and touched his sword. In the next moment, the sword was unsheathed, and the young man fell to the ground. Dejio and his son are dead. Dejio and his son are dead. All the mountain warriors present were filled with fear and disbelief. There was a mistake in the information they had received. The stronghold had said that this man was a disciple of the high priest. Hence, they had used fire to keep the poisonous snakes out of the mountains and prevented them from being summoned. However, this kind of sword technique was able to kill even a famous swordsman. Follow the young chieftain. Kill. He Ching looked at the situation and paused in shock. She then raised her blade and charged forward. Go and die. We will not let the high priest return. The mountain warriors were initially terrified. At this point, they seemed to have gone mad. One of the warriors shouted out and charged forward with a ferocious look on his face. As the blade neared, He Ching laughed coldly. She then slashed out with her blade as well. After a few rounds, the warrior clutched his throat and fell to the ground. How was the young chieftain's side? He Ching thought to herself as she turned around to look. She saw Pei Ziyun piercing through the crowd of people. Wherever his sword flashed, 7 or 8 people were killed. Every time his sword flashed, fresh blood would splatter everywhere. Since he was fighting against a group of people alone, he couldn't maintain the elegance of killing a few people. Even with Pei Ziyun's current sword skills, if he were to do so, he would definitely be hacked to death. Hence, wherever he went, fresh blood and body parts would fly everywhere. In less than a minute, the entire area was littered with corpses and fresh blood. The remaining people seemed to have been provoked into a frenzy by this situation. Perhaps they didn't even have the time to feel fear, as they continued to attack and kill. They didn't even care about their own people. He Ching could see that one of them had his arm chopped off. However, the sword flashed, and the number of people around her decreased rapidly. The last person had a strange smile on his face as his head split open. Two round eyeballs fell out of his eye sockets. There were no more enemies. There was only one person who was holding onto a blade and was trembling in front of Pei Ziyin. "Speak, who sent you here?" Pei Ziyin used his hand to wipe his sword as he laughed coldly. His entire body was covered in blood and sweat. After such a short period of time, he was almost out of energy. "Kill!" The mountain warrior's body was trembling as he pounced forward. Pei Ziyun's sword struck him, causing his blade to fly out of his hands. His sword was now at the warrior's neck. Just as he was about to speak, the man pounced on his sword. Pooh! A large amount of fresh blood spurted out from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground, but did not touch the ground. His eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. At this point, the enemies had all been killed. He Ching-Ching's face was pale. It was obvious that she was extremely shocked by what she had seen. The two mountain warriors who had followed her all knelt down and shouted, "Young chieftain, the bandits have been executed." Their bodies were trembling, as though they were completely convinced. He Ching-Ching heard some noises from the side and hurriedly rushed forward. "Young chieftain, I think I hear the sound of drums and shouts." Pei Ziyin reacted immediately and said, "Not good. It's the stronghold. We're under attack. Quick, let's go back." The four of them sprinted toward the stronghold. From afar, they could see a black snake circling around the mountain. It was burning brightly as it advanced. Looking at it, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 torches burning on the mountain. The sound of a horn could be heard, and it was extremely loud. Their own stronghold was filled with people and seemed to be in a state of panic. "Quick, quick!" The four of them rushed towards the stronghold. When they got closer, they could see torches burning on the mountain. Several people were patrolling the area. As the four of them got closer, the people on the top of the stronghold shouted, "Is it the leader and young chieftain?" "It's us," He Ching-Ching replied. Hearing her words, the people on the top of the wall heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Quick, quick, get the leader and young chieftain into the basket." Hearing these words, the people on the top of the wall placed the basket down. The four of them then split up into two groups. When they reached the top of the wall, they saw familiar faces coming out to welcome them. He Ching-Ching heaved a sigh of relief as she thought to herself, "Luckily we're safe now. Leader, young chieftain, we don't know why, but the 5 strongholds around us have suddenly attacked us. They're trying to take us down." Before Pei Ziyin could speak, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the houses below the wall. The hurried footsteps could be heard coming from different directions. At first, there wasn't any rhythm to it. However, as the footsteps got closer, a rhythm started to form. Very quickly, under the moonlight, people started to appear around them. There were more than 100 of them. There were men and women, young and old. Their tattered clothes were all gone and were replaced with a special set of clothes. It looked like some sort of military uniform and was dark red in color. The wrinkled old woman from yesterday had changed into a set of luxurious clothes. It looked like a priest's robe. She raised a black flag and blew a whistle. These people, regardless of whether they were old or young, all stopped moving. They stood still and formed 3 rows. As the formation was completed, the 3 rows of people's right arms trembled as a cloth flew out. In that instant, a cold gleam could be seen. It was a type of long blade similar to a miaodao. It was about 3 feet long and had no handle. The edge of the blade gleamed coldly, showing how sharp it was. 100 refined long blade, this killing intent, this formation. They don't even have food to eat, and their clothes are all tattered. However, their flags, uniforms, and weapons are still intact. Pei Ziyin took one look and felt a chill run down his spine. An indescribable feeling ran through his body and into his brain. Yesterday, when he ascended the mountain, he saw that all the villagers were poor and couldn't even breathe. Hence, although the young lady had told him that those who stayed behind were the most devout believers, Pei Ziyin didn't take it to heart. In his heart, they were just people who needed to be taken care of. Now, he could finally see the true colors of these people. "Young chieftain, the entire Lumen army is here," the old woman announced loudly as the black flag fluttered in the air. Men and women, young and old, were all present. Seeing this, even He Ching-Ching's jaw dropped. Pei Ziyan glanced at them and understood. He Ching-Ching is just a commoner, and this old woman is the one who holds the flag. Senior Grand Uncle proclaimed himself as king. I thought it was a joke, but now, it seems that those who are successful are all extraordinary. It's been 20 years, and yet these people are still alive. Chapter 124. Everyone gathered at the walls of the stronghold, ready to fight to the death with their enemies. The old woman bowed and coughed. She then said, "Young chieftain, you haven't paid your respects to the chieftain's tomb last night. Please forgive me for not paying my respects last night. That's a small matter. What's the situation now?" Pei Ziyan's expression was solemn. He had been afraid of himself just now. But looking at the situation now, he realized that he was old and weak. Even with his martial arts, he could still use his sword skills to kill tens of people. But if it were more than 100 people, his Dao arts would not be of much use. If it were more than 1,000 people, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. These injured soldiers would not be able to do much. The old woman listened to Pei Ziyan's words and led the way. She then explained in detail, "Young chieftain, we were patrolling the area when we noticed something amiss. We then locked the city gates and found out that a few bandits were attacking. As they spoke, the few of them arrived at the top of the stronghold. Pei Ziyan looked out at the stronghold. At this point, the stars were shining brightly. The first thing he saw was a black river in the distance. He knew that this river was more than 2,000 kilometers long, and the water was turbulent. Closer to the river was a beach filled with pebbles. Nearer to the beach was a mountainous region. Nearer to the beach was a dense group of mountain warriors. They had black cloth wrapped around their heads and black sheepskin jackets. They were all dressed in black and were wearing tight black sheepskin jackets. Their legs were tied up and they wore fast shoes. All of them held torches in their hands. Amongst the warriors outside the stronghold, there was an old woman dressed in black robes. A crow perched on her shoulder and she held a scepter in her hands. The three of them had just arrived at the top of the stronghold when the priestess said something. She then pointed her scepter at the stronghold. The mountain warriors around her waved their blades and started shouting. The crowd parted as some of them took out ladders and shields. One of them, who was obviously the leader of the warriors, shouted towards the stronghold, "All of you should surrender. You cannot escape. We have thousands of men behind us. Why do you have to risk your lives for a dead man? We don't know where he came from. The high priest has been dead for so many years. He will not return." The leader of the warriors had a look of disdain and hatred on his face as he shouted towards the stronghold. Hearing these words, He Ching-Ching didn't say anything. The old woman beside her stepped forward and shouted, "You traitors, have you forgotten about the chieftain's might? Today, you have attacked the stronghold. In the future, you will all be punished by the Lord. And you, Li Zhu. Back then, his lord doted on you so much, but you betrayed his lord and young lord." Hearing this, the old woman in the black robe sneered a few times. "Love? Was it you who killed my father and brother and took away the favor of my stronghold? I've waited day and night for his death. I've waited until today to kill his successor. I've waited for many years. I want to destroy all of his hopes. That's why I'm here today. I can't wait any longer. After killing all of you, I'll grind his bones to dust and make him suffer the curse of the ancestor god." At the end of her speech, the black-robed old woman's voice became hoarse, and her expression became crazed. She coughed continuously, and someone hurriedly supported her away, replacing her with the leader of the warriors. "Ha! The high priestess is dead. She can no longer live. You can no longer control all the poisonous snakes and parasites on Snake Mountain. If your young master had the power of the high priestess, we would have retreated long ago. Now that the poisonous snakes and parasites have yet to attack, you can't control them. Since you don't want to surrender, you can die." The warrior's face was filled with a smile, and his tone was filled with disdain and hatred. He then shouted, "My sons, who doesn't have a blood feud with the high priestess? Kill every single one of them. The mountain people below let out a battle cry and pounced forward. He Ching Ching looked at the incoming crowd, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. However, she did not stop moving. She then commanded, "Prepare some rocks for me, and boil the dung." Pei Ziyun followed the young lady's instructions and looked towards the stronghold. He noticed that the stronghold was filled with rocks. On both sides of the stronghold, there were two huge cauldrons that were boiling something. Boom! Following which, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. 3 simple and crude ladders could be seen approaching the stronghold. The old woman then ordered nightmare stones. Several women anxiously moved the nightmare stones and placed them on the walls. The strong men did not move. They were conserving their strength and were prepared for a more intense fight. Release. Dozens of nightmare stones were thrown down from the stronghold and landed heavily on the ground. Screams could be heard from below. The old woman then shouted, "Golden liquid!" Another 2 women carried a huge cauldron, which was filled with boiling dung. The stench was so strong that it reached the heavens. They poured the contents of the cauldron onto the ground. The stench permeated the air, and screams could be heard. Several of the villagers were drenched in the feces as they screamed and fell to the ground. Even though some of them were wearing leather armor, they were still smoking. Even their bones were exposed. These people were drenched in the feces. Not only were they scalded, the feces had also corroded their wounds. It was definitely a serious infection. Unless they used Dao arts, there was no way they could survive. The stench permeated the air, along with the screams of pain, caused everyone to vomit. Especially the enemies. Their faces were filled with fear. It's obvious that they learned this from the Central Plains. The stronghold was prepared for this. But with so few people, we won't be able to hold them off. The young lady and the old woman commanded. Although there were not many people, the stones and feces were still falling down. The people who were attacking the stronghold were all stopped. However, these were all expendable resources. An old woman stood by the side, tried her best to throw a rock down. She was sweating profusely. Pei Ziyun paused. "Do you have any bows and arrows? I will defend the city." Although he wasn't an expert in archery, with his martial arts, he could definitely kill one person with a single arrow. He Ching Ching looked at the busy crowd and paused for some time before saying, "We have bows and arrows. But even with young chieftain's help, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend the stronghold. This is the map of the back of the mountain, as well as the flute. We have too many people and are unable to pass through the Snake Mountain. I implore young chieftain to leave on your own. With young chieftain's martial arts, these rebels will not be able to stop you." "That's true. Young chieftain can leave at night, and we will defend from behind. As long as young chieftain lives, even if we die, it would be worth it." When the old woman heard this, she turned around and smiled, revealing a few missing teeth. "But Ching Ching, you have to follow me. Our Lumen army will defend from behind. Chieftain has many secrets, and requires Ching Ching to reveal them to young chieftain. This old woman has lived for too long. It's time for me to meet the chieftain." The sounds of killing grew louder and louder. Pei Ziyin gripped his scepter in his hands. His expression was gloomy. Perhaps there was a way to control the venomous snakes. After thinking for some time, he then said, "You guys guard the stronghold. Give me half a night, and I will think of a way. Ching Ching, bring me to my room." Pei Ziyun spoke slowly. Although they were in the middle of a battle, and the sound of killing could be heard everywhere, he was still calm and collected. He Ching Ching paused before regaining her composure. She didn't ask why and replied, "Yes." Pei Ziyun then led her back to her room. When they reached the inner part of the house, Pei Ziyun walked in and saw that it was a bamboo house. Strings of chili peppers were hung at the door and looked extremely red. Within the room, there was a wooden bed, which looked extremely delicate. Several silver ornaments hung around the room, and an oil lamp was lit. "Young chieftain, this is my room. You can use it. But young chieftain, you—" The young lady spoke as Pei Ziyun raised his hands. "Go and guard the stronghold. Guard it for half a night." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, He Ching Ching didn't try to persuade him any further. She then bowed and left the room. Pei Ziyin placed the scepter under his pillow and laid down gently on the bed. Just like before, he smelled a fragrant scent on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw the scenery of the mountains. It was extremely familiar. This was the entrance to Free Cloud Sect. A 4 to 5-year-old Taoist was being led by an old Taoist. Master, what do you think the purpose of cultivating the Tao is? The little Taoist smiled innocently as he asked loudly. Cultivating the Tao. His master heard the little Taoist's words and laughed. The purpose of cultivating the Tao is to become a saint and to live forever. Master, you've been cultivating for so many years. Are you sure you're already immortal? The little Taoist opened his eyes wide and asked. Master hasn't reached that stage yet. Your innate talent is even better, and you can definitely surpass me. Consider this as fulfilling one of my wishes. The old Taoist laughed as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, a young man walked into the valley and saw the peach blossoms in full bloom. He stroked the peach blossoms and sighed. The flowers bloom and wilt. What will immortality do to me? Junior brother, it's not good. Come quickly. Master can't hold on any longer. A middle-aged man barged in and shouted anxiously. The young man was shocked as the peach blossoms fell to the ground. He then hurriedly followed the middle-aged man. Master. The few men in the room were crying. When they saw the young man approach, they gave way. The young man rushed to the front of the old Taoist. The old Taoist grabbed the young man's hand and trembled slightly. You are my last disciple, and your potential is the best. You shall continue on my path. I look forward to your physical body becoming a saint. I'm tired. In my next life, you don't have to look for me. Let me embark on the path of Tao. All that matters is that you've succeeded. His words were filled with exhaustion and despair, but also hope. I've let you down in this life. In my next life, I hope that we can live together and grow old together. The old Taoist stretched out a finger, as though he was touching his lover's finger. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch it. The young man cried out. In a trance, the young man in front of him had turned into a young man. He stood on the edge of the cliff. The wind blew from afar, causing his clothes to flutter. He looked into the distance, and the two of them remained silent for some time. The Taoist by the side couldn't help but speak out. Junior brother, you've already become an master. Why do you insist on being the sect leader? Why do I have to go to the southern barbarians? Becoming a saint is too far away. Even after I die, paradise is still a good place to start. Master had always felt guilty towards Master's wife, which was why he refused to stay behind. Why do you have to? The Taoist looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression. The young man's expression was solemn as he pondered for some time. He then said, Senior brother, don't try to persuade me. Since I'm from the southern barbarians and cannot become the sect leader, then don't try to find another way. The mysteries of the heavens are mysterious. I still want to try. Even if there's a chance, I still want to fight for it. But junior brother, your southern barbarians is so weak. You won't be able to achieve anything great. The Taoist hurriedly tried to persuade him. Senior brother, you don't have to persuade me. I want to go to the southern barbarians. Help me report this to the sect leader and expel me from the sect. If I succeed, I shall return. If I fail, I do not wish for the sect to be implicated. Xian Lian, why do you have to do this? Big senior brother, I've made up my mind. The Taoist spoke as he descended the mountain. His eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 125. Southern Kingdom King. Southern Kingdom King. The army was neat and tidy. Banners and banners flew everywhere as they lined up in a solemn formation. They cheered. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A black cloud gathered between the mountains. The rain fell on the tent and on the corpses scattered around. The man opened his mouth and sucked the rainwater. This is the last drop of water I have. The man looked at a corpse not far away. What a good assassin. Is this the punishment of the heavens? What a waste of my life. Pei Ziyun sighed and was about to wake up. Just as he was about to wake up, something happened. A voice that sounded like a dragon's roar could be heard as a shadow appeared before his eyes. The path to supremacy, the path to immortality. I wish to return. This person looked like a middle-aged man, with a melancholic expression. He looked exactly like the man in his dreams. Pei Zi-yun felt a chill in his heart. He could not believe it. This had never happened before in his previous life. Could it be that the plum blossom could revive people? Just as he was thinking about this, the man pounced towards him. Pei Zi-yun wanted to resist, but he felt numb and unable to move. Just as the man was about to pounce on him, a bright light flashed before his eyes. A transparent shadow of the plum blossom appeared in front of him. Two of the petals spun out, and a beam of red light shot out from the plum blossom and struck the man. No, I refuse to accept this. The man only managed to resist for a moment before he was destroyed. He screamed in pain and disappeared. The plum blossom disappeared as well. Young chieftain, young chieftain. He Ching was covered in blood. She pushed Pei Zi-yun and shouted, "Young chieftain, why did you fall asleep? Get up, let's go." Screams could be heard from outside the camp. Hearing this, the young girl pushed Pei Zi-yun anxiously. Pei Zi-yun sat up and retrieved his scepter from under his pillow. "Young chieftain, we can't hold on for much longer. Retreat to the back of the mountain. Don't panic. Bring me to the top of the city." Pei Zi-yun hurried forward and whispered, "He, who would have thought that you would die at the hands of your own wife? So your wife was a chess piece planted by the Southern Kingdom's king. It's just a Taoist art or a bit of draconic chi, and yet you were able to possess me. It seems that if you absorb this item of possession, you might encounter these tribulations." Just as he was deep in thought, he had already arrived at the top of the mountain stronghold. The situation was extremely dire. A few steps to the left of the stronghold, a mountain warrior with a full beard appeared. As soon as he appeared on top of the stronghold, he let out a loud shout and slashed at an old woman who was pushing a rock. With a pung sound, fresh blood splattered and the old woman's head flew off. It was a terrifying sight. Pei Zi-yun did not hesitate any longer as he pulled out his sword and charged forward. This mountain stronghold wasn't very big. With a single step, his sword flashed and several heads flew off. All of a sudden, the villagers who had jumped onto the stronghold all screamed in pain as they fell to the ground. "Kill!" His warriors roared and slashed at the enemies. "Give me 5 minutes." Pei Zi-yun raised his scepter and spat out the hissing sound of a snake. Although the hissing sound was very soft, it was as though it wasn't there at all. At that point, there was a commotion within the snake mountain as groups of snakes rushed out. Outside the city, the black-robed priestess was surrounded by torches. A warrior then knelt down on one knee and reported, "Priestess, the stronghold has been destroyed by us. Our warriors are about to kill their way in." "Good. This huge threat is finally going to be wiped out. Command the warriors to kill everyone inside, especially the young chieftain. We don't need a second high priestess here." The black-robed old woman gave the order. "Yes, Your Excellency." The warrior retreated after receiving the order. With a wave of his hand, another 2 rows of mountain warriors charged towards the stronghold. "Give me a bow and arrows." Pei Zi-yun threw down his scepter. The Snake Mountain had already been activated. Now was the time to fight back. At this point, a bow and arrows were handed over to him. Pei Zi-yun looked down and saw the leader of the warriors. This man was surrounded by several other warriors who kept glancing at the stronghold. It was obvious that this man was the commander of this stronghold. Pei Zi-yun held onto the bow and closed his eyes. All of a sudden, the sound of the bowstring being pulled was heard. Blood splattered out from the man's head as he fell to the ground. He was dead. However, his eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. At this point, the entire stronghold was in a state of chaos. Several mountain warriors rushed towards the man and shouted for him. Pei Zi-yun remained calm and composed. All of a sudden, another leader fell to the ground. He clutched at his neck where an arrow had been shot. He coughed as fresh blood flowed out from his mouth. Kill. Within a short period of time, this wave of mountain warriors had been killed. However, most of them were young and old. Even if they were caught in the crossfire, there were still dozens of corpses lying on the ground. This won't last much longer. The black-robed old woman seemed to have seen this before. She didn't even blink as she ordered, "Continue to attack." At this point, an old man beside the priestess heard her words. His face was filled with worry as he stepped forward and whispered, "Your Excellency." When the high priestess passed away all of a sudden, he left behind a message. "He will definitely appear again. If we kill everyone in the stronghold now, I'm afraid we might disturb the high priestess' spirit." He's already dead. Even if there's a spirit, can he still come back? He's just playing tricks on us. All these years, we've endured for so long, and he hasn't appeared. Now is the time to kill them all. The black-robed old woman said coldly. At this point, a hissing sound could be heard. A strange sound could be heard from all around. Soon after, a rustling sound could be heard from within the forest. The black-robed old woman had a vicious look on her face. Following the hissing sound, her expression turned into one of fear. That's not right. This was the sound of the high priestess controlling the venomous snakes. Could it be that the high priestess has been resurrected? The black-robed old woman looked around in fear. Under the glow of the fire, she could see that there were venomous snakes and venomous insects within the forest. They're snakes. They're snakes. The warriors who had charged forward to kill the high priestess were thrown into chaos. Those who had been bitten by the venomous snakes were filled with fear. "My lord, you finally returned." Those who had been resisting the high priestess all knelt down and shouted, my lord, we've waited for you for so long. The high priestess has been resurrected. He was disturbed by us and is here to kill us." A warrior was climbing up the stairs when he heard these words. He shouted out in fear, "Ah, save me, save me." Screams of agony could be heard. Use realgar to drive the snakes away. Something's not right. Why isn't the realgar working? The venomous snakes aren't afraid of death and are charging forward. Ah, screams of agony could be heard. Run, run. Such screams could be heard as the high priestess began to panic. These venomous snakes have always been under the control of the high priestess. No one else can command them. "Priestess, let's leave quickly. We've disturbed the high priestess's spirit. The high priestess is coming for revenge." One of the high priestess spoke to the black-robed old woman. "I don't believe it. He's been dead for so many years. How could he be resurrected?" The black-robed old woman gripped her staff tightly. Her face was filled with disbelief. "Your Excellency, let's leave quickly. I know that you have your own abilities." However, the high priestess had swept through dozens of strongholds and killed more than half of the high priestess. This was all because of the venomous snakes. No one was able to stop her. "I can't accept this." The high priestess gritted her teeth. "Let's go, Your Excellency. Even if you're not afraid, the people below are." Originally, a few thousand men had come to attack a few hundred men. Their morale was high. However, at this point, they didn't listen to orders and started to flee. The high priestess's name had caused everyone to tremble in fear. Furthermore, there were so many venomous snakes and venomous insects all over the mountains. Even if it was 1, 2, 5, or 10 of them, the high priestess would be able to deal with them easily. But what if there were tens of thousands of them? Several of them were bitten by the venomous snakes, and their faces turned black as they fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the old woman dressed in black robes looked at the stronghold and said fiercely, "Let's go, let's go." Seeing the old woman dressed in black robes escaping, the old woman on top of the stronghold laughed out loud. "Jinju, you traitor. You're running away with your tail between your legs again." Her laughter was filled with glee. Jinju, a pair of sisters, a warrior who sacrificed his life for them, and a wife who betrayed him. There was betrayal, and there was loyalty. Pei Ziyan looked at her as memories flooded his mind. "But it's nothing. I'm not him. He's already gone." Looking at the sky, he realized that he had slept for at most 2 hours. Up till now, the sky was still dark. He stood on top of the stronghold and looked afar. A group of people were escorting the old woman in black robes as they escaped. He Ching stood by the side. her eyes filled with sorrow. She looked at the corpses strewn all over the place. They were all people she knew. She looked at the group of people escaping. The young lady whispered, "Young chieftain, the black-robed woman who escaped was Jean Ju. All these years, she's organized a few attacks against us. She's very dangerous. That priestess is the current chieftain's priestess? What can she do?" Pei Ziyin looked afar and asked. She was the daughter of a chieftain and had inherited the priestess's techniques. She had a very high status and was able to command all the nearby strongholds. That year, our chieftain unified the entire stronghold and killed her father and brother. She and Zhu surrendered to our chieftain and became his wife and concubine. It's just that Zhu fell in love with him, but she didn't. She has always harbored a deep hatred for him. After our chieftain passed away, she was the first person to rebel. Hence, many strongholds broke away from us. As long as she dies, no one within 100 miles of the stronghold will be able to join forces to attack us. So that's how it is. Clean up the battlefield, and I'll go and retrieve her head. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. First, he hissed several times, and the snakes beneath him started to rustle. They then changed their positions and continued to attack, no longer lingering around the stronghold. However, these snakes are only protecting themselves. From the looks of it, there are over 10,000 of them. Even if we had an army, it wouldn't be of much use. Pei Ziyin tapped his feet on the ground and flew down the stairs, chasing after the priestess. I want to kill this person, not because of the high priestess hatred, but because I'm curious. Even if she's filled with hatred and has sufficient reason to attack us, how could she be so fast? Including the time I took to buy food, it's only been 2 days since I arrived in the mountains. Even if it's the nearby strongholds, it would take at least half a day. In other words, by the time I arrived in the mountains, she had already mobilized her troops. Who gave her the information? Chapter 126. The mountain warriors were all scattered by the venomous snakes. There was no order to them as they ran down the mountain. Pei Ziyin looked around and saw that the high priestess had escaped. Pei Ziyin was filled with killing intent as he chased after her. From afar, he saw the black-robed priestess trying to escape. He laughed coldly. "Are you guys still trying to escape?" SSSSSSSSSS. Pei Ziyin let out a weird sound as the venomous snakes swarmed towards him. They followed Pei Ziyin as he chased after them. Pei Ziyin chased after them as he chased after them. These snakes were all chasing after him with all their might. One of the mountain warriors ran forward and turned around to see Pei Ziyin chasing after them. He then shouted in fear, "Devil, devil!" The warrior did not run far before a snake pounced on him. It jumped out of the misty and bit down on his arm. Black blood flowed out from the wound. Before long, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. His face was green, and it looked like he was not going to make it. In the world I came from, there were vipers, snakes, etc. Their bites would swell, harden, bleed, and turn dark purple. If they did not receive treatment within 4 hours, they would die from heart failure or shock. It would take more than an hour to kill a person. However, these venomous snakes are much more terrifying. Based on the situation, they would be able to kill a healthy man within 10 minutes. It's no wonder the high priestess relied on these venomous snakes to get rid of venomous snakes. With such power, even I would not be able to escape alive. As Pei Ziyin advanced, screams could be heard all around him. One of the warriors seemed to have gone mad. "Demon, die!" As he spoke, he leapt up. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin's eyes gleamed coldly. He pulled out his sword and swung it. The warrior leapt forward, his eyes widened in disbelief. A red line appeared on his forehead. The droplet of blood turned into a long red line. He fell forward and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out, and a venomous snake coiled around him and bit him ruthlessly. As they chased, the black-robed priestess gradually separated herself from the rest of the army. She held onto the scepter in her hand and looked behind her. "Why are all these poisonous snakes following us?" There must be someone controlling them. If this continues, it will be hard for us to escape. I have to set up an ambush and kill them. But priestess, this is a strange snake. Once bitten, it will die. Some people were not afraid of fighting face to face, but no one wanted to be bitten to death by a poisonous snake. The black-robed priestess took out a small bottle from within her robes. She seemed to be in pain as she said, "This is a poison-dispelling pill. If all of you take it, these snakes won't dare to bite you. We'll move forward and ambush them." High Priest. The High Priest has been resurrected. How can we be a match for a resurrected dead person? The eyes of the warriors following him were filled with fear. They had been scared out of their wits by the venomous snake. They thought that it was, as the rumors said, that the High Priestess had been resurrected from her slumber. Ignorant. The High Priest has been dead for almost 20 years. How could he be resurrected? Even if he was resurrected, he would only be a skeleton. It must be that so-called young master. He has mastered the High Priest's ability to control snakes. Damn it. Back then, when the High Priest died, didn't he kill all his children? How could there be someone with such abilities? The black-robed priestess spoke coldly. She too knew witchcraft, and knew that it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected. She had been shocked by the High Priest's fame and reputation. Now that she had some time, she regained her senses. We have to kill this person who has mastered the High Priest's ability to control snakes. If not, it's hard to say that it's another High Priest. Yes, priestess. The leader of the warriors protecting the priestess heard it clearly and regained his senses. Priestess is right. We have to kill this so-called young master. Now that we have the High Priest's poison-dispelling pill, these venomous snakes won't be able to get close to us. Let's surround him and kill him. The black-robed priestess' face fell as she pointed ahead. There's a forest there, and the terrain is narrow. Let's set up an ambush in front. Yes, the leader of the warriors took the poison-dispelling pill and distributed it to everyone. You go up there with a bow and arrow. As soon as he appears, shoot him down. You go there and observe from the shadows. And you go here and hold a torch to attract the attention of the enemies. The leader of the guards calmed himself down and gave out orders. As long as the archers worked together with the warriors and the priestess had the poison-dispelling pill, they would definitely kill this young master. Before long, a young man wielding a sword could be seen running forward. Seeing this young man, the hidden warriors waved their hands, and the surrounding archers released their arrows. Poo-pee-you. 3 or 4 arrows pierced through the night sky. At that point, the young man let out a groan as he fell to the ground. The leader laughed coldly. This young master is really useless. I thought he was some kind of hero. Who knew that he would be killed just like that? You go up and take a look. At this point, the leader was still very cautious. A warrior stepped forward and flipped the young man over. The young man's appearance and body changed into that of a mountain warrior. Not good, this is fake. The leader shouted out, "It's an illusion." Before he could finish speaking, a hissing sound could be heard as poisonous snakes swarmed around them. One of the archers who had been lying in ambush felt a chill on his neck. He screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The black-robed priestess shouted out, "Be careful of the poisonous snakes. Don't provoke them. If you don't hurt them, they won't bite you with the poison-dispelling pill. However, if they bite you, you will die. Also, that person is here. Gather quickly." As soon as the priestess finished shouting, poisonous snakes swarmed towards them from all directions. Although they had the poison-dispelling pill, they still surrounded them and didn't dare to move. This greatly limited their ability to move. Pei Ziyun's body flickered. At this point, his body started to emit a mysterious aura, as well as a faint glow. His footsteps became much lighter. 17 people. Pei Ziyun's body moved slowly, as though he was unfathomable. All of a sudden, he appeared beside one of the mountain warriors. A mountain archer was lying in ambush. He stretched out his sword and sliced through the neck of the man. In a split second, the man fell to the ground without making a sound. The leaves were thick and dense and could prevent the throat from making a sound. However, the twitching of the nerves could not be stopped. Kill. One of the warriors shouted out. As he shouted, he slashed down with his sword. He no longer cared about the poisonous snakes. Pei Ziyun's body was like a ray of light as he closed in on the man. With a pu sound, the sword pierced through the man's internal organs. Kill! The four of them were in a frenzy as they charged towards him. Pei Ziyun's legs moved slightly as his body shrunk. In a split second, he disappeared into the leaves. As the sword slashed down, the leaves and the poisonous snakes were sliced into pieces. Pei Ziyun was like a cat rolling on the ground as he reappeared. With a pu sound, a warrior's right leg had been sliced off. His muscles had been sliced open, and his internal organs had been squeezed out of his body. He was definitely going to die, but he didn't. He screamed in pain as he threw his bow away and rolled on the ground. Pei Ziyun leapt up and transformed into a shadow as he pounced towards another warrior. This warrior's upper body and lower body were sliced apart as he screamed in pain. Not good. This man has killed our archers who were lying in ambush. Run. Although the black-robed priestess did not know any martial arts, she reacted quickly. She had only taken a few steps when she heard the sound of a bowstring being released. An arrow pierced through the darkness and pierced into the back of one of the warriors. Go to hell. Pu. Pei Ziyun was high up in the air as he shot several arrows. Several warriors fell to the ground. Extinguish the torches, extinguish the torches. The leader of the warriors shouted out as he threw the torches onto the ground and stepped on them. In a short while, the entire area was plunged into darkness. Do you think you can escape? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. Priestess, quickly escape. We will hold them back. This young chieftain of Lumen Mountain seems to have mastered the powers of the high priest. Perhaps the high priest has been resurrected. The leader of the guards shouted out. Follow me. The black-robed priestess looked at the man beside her who was about to die. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she said, I will remember your sacrifice. When I return to the stronghold, I will not forget to take care of your family. Escort the priestess. The leader shouted out. As long as the priestess was alive, they would be able to fight against the young chieftain or the high priest. The four villagers stepped forward and escorted the priestess away. Before long, several screams could be heard from within the forest. A young man was approaching, holding a long sword in his hands. Under the dim light of the night, blood could be seen dripping from the blade of the sword. You are the young chieftain of Lumen Mountain? The leader gritted his teeth. Kill him. As he said this, he pounced forward. Pooh! The shadow of the man intersected as the leader groaned and fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from his throat. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and wiped the blade of his sword before charging forward once more. Sword light and blade light intersected as screams and blood splattered everywhere. Several corpses were strewn across the ground. Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. An adult man had a lot of blood. As the blood splattered across the ground and left the body, it turned into jelly. All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun felt something dripping onto his face. He raised his hand and wiped it away. It was a raindrop. He looked up and saw that it was raining. At this point, the moon was dark and the winds were strong. 5 people were running. In front of them was a river that was littered with pebbles. These pebbles could be seen everywhere. Looking at them, they could see that the river was flowing rapidly. The 5 of them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw a boat in front of them. Priestess, as long as we take the boat and cross the river in front of us, the enemy will not be able to catch up. One of the men beside the priestess said, Pant, pant. The priestess was getting old and was panting heavily. Just as she was about to catch her breath, she felt as though she was being watched. Her hair stood on end. Where do you think you're going? A voice asked plainly. The black-robed priestess looked over with fear in her eyes. A young man was walking towards her with a sword in his hands. You're not the high priest. The black-robed priestess said in a hoarse voice. Yes, I'm not. He doesn't have the martial arts and sword techniques that I do. It was drizzling as Pei Ziyun shook his head and sighed. Now that he had received the inheritance, he was happy and disappointed at the same time. Everything that he had learnt, I've learnt more than half of it. I've only gained some experience. If there are only two things, the first would be to control the venomous insects. It's a pity that I do not wish to become the sect leader of the 5 Poisons sect. Once I leave the Southern Kingdom, I won't be able to use my skills. The second would be to provide Free Cloud sect with a method and experience to open the gates of heaven. This has made my trip worthwhile. All right, the time for rest is over. Tell me, who informed you or die? Chapter 127. At this point, something strange happened. The black-robed priestess raised her hands, holding a statue in her hands. It was about half a foot long. When she lifted it up, the faces of the 4 people around her changed. The statue fell to the ground, causing a black fog to rise up. When the wind blew, the black fog dissipated, revealing a ferocious-looking black wolf, surrounded by a terrifying black aura. Paizian saw this and felt uneasy. He then charged forward to kill the wolf. The black-robed priestess pointed at the 3 mountain warriors beside her and said, "Kill him." The warriors who were taken away at the end were all carefully selected, fierce men who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the priest. Just now, their faces had changed, but now that they heard the order, they no longer had any expression. Even if they knew they were going to die, they still roared and rushed forward. Kill! The 4 of them started fighting. The black-robed priestess managed to gain some time. She looked at the black wolf and then at the warriors who were escorting her. I need a warrior to sacrifice his life for me. Use the body of the revered wolf to kill the person who is chasing after me. Priestess, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. The last warrior said as he stood in front of the black wolf. What is your name? I will remember your sacrifice. The black-robed priestess patted the warrior's head as she spoke. The warrior then fell to the ground. My name is Meng Xiuda. The mountain people all had Chinese names and mountain names. The warrior was referring to the name of the mountain. I will remember you. The priest looked at the warrior and said. Without hesitation, the warrior raised his sword and slashed at his neck. The sword was extremely sharp, and there was only a flash of blood. Under the dim light of the moon and stars, a fountain of blood sprayed out and landed on the body of the black wolf that appeared in the smoke. The blood splattered onto the black wolf's body and absorbed it. At that moment, the black wolf lit up. Kill! Pu. Pei Ziyun pierced through the bodies of the 3 warriors as they groaned and fell to the ground. Blood dripped from their swords as their bodies twitched. Pei Ziyun did not stop and charged forward. However, at that moment, the black-robed priestess placed her hand on the warrior's forehead. The black aura around the priestess' hand was like a white shadow being pulled out by the priestess. The white shadow was placed on the head of the black wolf. The eyes of the black wolf were filled with vigor as he looked at Pei Ziyun. Revered wolf, kill him for me. Following the command of the priestess, the black wolf pounced forward. Black chi swirled around it, as if it was a demon. Pei Ziyun's face fell. Which Dao technique is this? I don't recall such a thing happening in the original owner's memories. The black wolf pounced on her. The black-robed priestess turned around and ran. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. Damn it, there's a backlash. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to flee. If he won, all he had to do was be careful. If he lost, he could take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Behind him, a man and a wolf collided into each other. The wolf's claws flashed, and a pu sound was heard. Pei Ziyun's robes were torn apart, but luckily his skin was not cut. Almost at the same time, Pei Ziyun's sword flashed and pierced through the wolf's claws. The wolf's claws pierced through, and with a twist, the claws were broken. The black wolf didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain as it swiped its claws again. A black light flashed in the air. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his sword and retreated. His silhouette flickered as he appeared on the wolf's right side. His sword flashed as fast as lightning, and with a pu sound, half of the wolf's neck was sliced open. At the next moment, Pei Ziyun's smile froze. The black wolf let out a howl as black chi emanated from its wound. It trembled as it started to heal. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's pupils dilated. Was it a weapon, Or did he not manage to kill it? Oomph. Pei Ziyin cleared his throat and chased after the black-robed priestess. Every weapon required a person to control it. As long as the owner of the weapon was killed, the weapon would lose its function. Looking over, the black-robed priestess was getting further and further away. She had only taken a few steps when the black wolf whipped its tail and swept it towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyun's sword landed on the wolf's tail with a pu sound. The black wolf didn't seem to feel anything as it turned around and pounced on Pei Ziyin. This won't do. It looks like the black wolf has the intelligence of the warrior who sacrificed himself for me. Could it be that there's some kind of demonic technique? Pei Ziyin thought to himself. He didn't want to delay any longer as he shouted, "Bind!" His long sword glowed with a faint light as his body flowed into it. His sword flashed as he shouted, "Thou art's imperial sword." Pooh! The black wolf that was pouncing towards him was sliced in half as it fell to the ground. As soon as it hit the ground, it released a black chi, and its head and body healed. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun sucked in a breath of cold air. He had used his Dao arts and was unable to do anything to it. He had never seen such a weapon before. Does this world really have such a technique? Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger, and a white light flashed. The ground beneath the black wolf turned into sand and sank into the ground. Pei Ziyun turned around. The black wolf sank into the sand and struggled for its life. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was chasing after it, it roared towards the sky as black chi emanated from its body. Ayo! The black wolf's eyes were filled with anxiety as it chased after Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyin had only taken a few steps when he felt a gust of wind behind him. He turned around and saw that the black wolf was chasing after him. This won't do. The black wolf is too strong. I have to finish it off. Pei Ziyin stopped in his tracks as the black wolf stopped as well, observing the situation. I don't believe in strength that comes without a reason. Looks like I have to exhaust your black chi. Pei Ziyun's sword glowed with a white light. His body flashed as he pounced towards the black wolf once again. The black wolf's reaction was fast, but just as it changed its direction, a loud clanging sound could be heard. The black wolf cried out in pain as its body flew through the air and fell to the ground. However, as soon as it hit the ground, the wound on its body started to heal. The black wolf crawled up and howled towards the sky. It glared at Pei Ziyun, its eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. Again, kill. Another round of battle ensued. After more than 10 rounds of battle, Pei Ziyun was panting. The sword chi on his sword was flickering. The black wolf's body had many wounds. Some were healing slowly, while others were slowing down. It's indeed effective. How many more times can you heal? Kill. Pei Ziyun had used up too much of his energy and suddenly felt dizzy. The black wolf pounced towards him. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand, and the vines on the ground started to coil around him. The black wolf was slower by a beat. Just as the wolf was struggling, a ray of sword light flashed and landed on the black wolf's neck. The wound on its body started to widen. Rest in peace. Pei Ziyun slashed down once more, and with a pa sound, the wolf's head fell to the ground. The black chi was extremely thin, and it wanted to heal itself, but it started to dissipate. Pei Ziyun squatted down beside the wolf's body, panting heavily. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He could only watch as the wolf's body started to shrink until it became a statue. What kind of weapon is this? Why wasn't it in the original owner's memories? All the more reason why I can't let her live. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as a look of determination appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase after her. On the other side of the forest, the black-robed priestess was panting heavily. From afar, some of the fleeing warriors started to gather together and kowtow. "Your Excellency." One of the captains saw that the black-robed priestess was all alone and asked curiously, "Your Excellency, why aren't the warriors protecting you by your side?" The black-robed priestess paused for some time before replying, "They're all here for..." Before she could finish her sentence, she groaned and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her face turned pale as she fell to the ground. The warriors were in a panic. Some of them were trying to help her up, while others were trying to find some water. Some of them were panicking and didn't even know what they were doing. All they could do was shout, "Quick, quick, save the priestess." The path up the mountain was rough, and Pei Zi-yun chased after them. He turned into a small path and looked down. In the distance, there was a small village. It looked very small, but there were more than 10 torches lit on the ground. There were hundreds of people. At this point, these people seemed to be chopping down trees to build a fence on the ground. It looked like it was used to repel the venomous snakes. In actual fact, at such a distance, the venomous snakes were not an army. They were slowly dispersing, and there were only a few of them left. There were even people shouting as they tried to gather the people who had escaped. A fire was lit in the middle of the crowd. Beside the fire was a blanket, and an old woman was lying on it. Several people surrounded her. "Galaduo, don't you know medicine? What's wrong with the priestess? Why is she unconscious?" Several warriors were standing beside the black-robed priestess, and they all looked to be of high status. One of them was examining her. "That's strange. The priestess doesn't look like she's injured. It looks like she's suffering from the backlash of a spell." One of the warriors said, "Although I don't know any spells, I've seen it happen a few times. It's very similar. That's troublesome. Only the priestess knows how to treat the backlash of spell. In such a situation, there's nothing we can do." The warrior Galaduo sighed. "We can't. Do you have any way to wake the priestess?" A middle-aged warrior asked. "No, I can only treat her injuries. In such a situation, I don't dare to move. If something were to happen, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to save her even if we had 10 lives. Not only that, we would implicate our clan and the entire village." Galaduo sighed. Just as the both of them were speaking, they heard a cough. At this point, the priestess had regained consciousness. She spat out a mouthful of phlegm and woke up. Her face was pale as she opened her eyes and looked around before closing them weakly. "I have a small red bottle in my robes. Help me take it out and let me consume it." "Yes, Your Excellency." With this order, the warrior beside her retrieved the bottle and swallowed it. After some time, the priestess' face looked better. She then said, "Help me find a room. I need to rest for a while." "Yes, Your Excellency," the warrior replied. Pei Zi-yun watched from afar as the night grew quieter. Only the bonfire was still burning. Many people had struggled the entire night and had not eaten enough food. Hence, they leaned against the grass and fell asleep. Including the natives of this village, there are only about 300 to 400 people. Among them, there are 200 to 300 strong villagers and only about 100 elites. But this is still very scary. Under such circumstances, it's not suitable to force our way in. There's a limit to one's strength. Not to mention the fact that I've destroyed the Black Wolf's weapon. I've expended a lot of energy. Even if I rested for a while, I wouldn't have much Dao arts left. Pei Zi-yun fell silent as he looked around. He realized that this wasn't a village, but a civilian village. There was a wall around the village, but it wasn't tall. It was only as tall as a person. It was probably designed to defend against attacks from bandits and wolves. Wooden houses, straw huts, roofs were all made of straw. The walls were made of wood and even vines. They were all old and low. The only room in the middle was slightly better. It looked like it belonged to the chief of the village. At this point, a plan formed in his mind. Chapter 128. Hiss, 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 hiss. The air was damp, and the sound of something crawling could be heard. Half an hour later, poisonous snakes started to gather. Pei Zi-yun looked at it. "Only 100 snakes, but that's enough." Pei Zi-yun raised his eyebrows and moved his hands. He took a deep breath, and a mysterious aura was emitted from him. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of light as he slowly moved forward. The sky was dark, and it wasn't dawn yet. This stronghold wasn't a military stronghold, and there were bushes everywhere outside the walls. Although some warriors had sent people to light a fire and patrol the area, they'd failed miserably. They didn't have enough men, and thus had no way of stopping them. Using the cover of some bushes, Pei Zi-yun crawled under a vine and rested for a while. He carefully avoided the patrols, and when he saw that no one was looking, he flipped over and landed within the walls. "Who's there?" A warrior looked around, but all he saw was calm. He thought that he was being too sensitive. Pei Ziyin slowly approached a small building that was made of logs. The foundation of the building was a huge rock. Although it wasn't perfectly square, it was polished to the point that it was half a foot above the ground. A trench had been dug around the base of the building, and white quicklime had been sprinkled over the trench to prevent poisonous snakes and insects from entering. There were about 20 warriors within the foundation. Looking at them, Pei Ziyun could tell that although they looked tired, they still looked fierce. They patrolled silently and walked rhythmically. Most of their faces were expressionless, and they held long blades in their hands, which gleamed under the light of the fire. If I was at my peak, I could kill them all. But I only have half of my strength left, and I can't kill them all. No matter how strong the 200 people outside are, if they were to swarm me, I would die here. Pei Ziyin approached a relatively large house and suddenly crouched down. He saw a warrior walk past him. His pants were dirty and black. He was just a foot away from him, but he couldn't see him. When he passed by, Pei Ziyin saw an oil lamp in his hands. His eyes lit up, and he drew his sword. The sword flashed, and the blade sliced through his windpipe, throat, and carotid artery. Dark red blood spurted out. The man's body bounced up and fell heavily to the ground. Pei Ziyun's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast. He grabbed the oil lamp and stepped on the man's neck to stifle the gurgling sound. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one had noticed, he sprinkled the oil in the lamp evenly. He didn't need a lot of it. After all, it was all straw. Then, he threw it, and a patch of thatch burst into flames. Boom! Because of the oil and the thatch, the fire immediately burned fiercely. In an instant, the surroundings were all red. Fire, fire! A commotion broke out among the mountain people. Some of them ran over, but just as they turned the corner, they kicked a corpse. Dark red blood flowed out of the corpse. Amidst the flames, a streak of sword light pounced forward. Just as the man was about to open his mouth to shout, his head flew off. Since he had started the fire, the entire place was filled with thick smoke. Pei Ziyun then started killing people, creating chaos. Not only that, at this point someone shouted out, "Not good, there are snakes, poisonous snakes. Quick, light a fire to drive them away. Quick, light the fire." A warrior shouted out. Everyone was panicking. Someone inside shouted, "Quick, put out the fire. The fire is burning." Ah, there are enemies. Little building the black-robed priestess had not rested for long. The cold from the poison and the warmth from the medicine intertwined. She spat out a mouthful of blood and felt much better. Just as she took a deep breath, she heard screams from outside. "Put out the fire! Quick, put out the fire!" "Not good. The spirit of the high priestess is here." "No, put out the fire. It's getting bigger and bigger." The black-robed priestess felt her chest tighten. She was filled with fear and disbelief. She then muttered to herself, "This won't do. This person's martial arts skills are superb, and he has the ability to drive snakes away. I'm no match for him." As she thought about this, she became even more flustered. She felt a little dizzy, and her vision became blurry. She struggled for a while before shouting, "Guards, quick, quick! I remember there's a secret passage here. It's not safe here. We have to leave quickly and secretly. If we follow this path, we will be able to escape." "Yes, Your Excellency." The guard at the door turned around and entered. At this point, the fire had already reached its peak. The houses nearby were collapsing, and the flames were rising high up into the sky. Everyone outside was in a state of panic. All of a sudden, several warriors rushed out of the building and blended in with the crowd. Pei Ziyun had already retreated to the shadows and hid in the dark. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly. Now is the time to alert the enemy. Let's see if the enemy will fall for my trap. If they don't, I'll have to retreat and think of another way. After all, I'm alone. There are hundreds of snakes. As long as the enemy doesn't panic, I have no way of dealing with them. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw 4 people scurrying away. Although one of them was dressed in a warrior's attire, he was able to cast a Dao technique under the cover of the darkness. Pei Ziyun's eyes shone like torches as he looked over. He then laughed to himself. Haha, doubt of luck. I didn't expect you to really come out. In the darkness, the shadows of people could be seen moving. The mountain path seemed extremely long, but the sound of the fire and the screams were getting further and further away. The sound of the rushing river was getting nearer and nearer. Finally, the few of them stopped at a small cliff. It was about 7 to 8 meters high, and below were strange rocks. The river water was crashing against the rocks, causing them to form a whirlpool. We should have escaped. The black-robed priestess finally heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She looked much more relaxed than before. Yes, Your Excellency, priestess. No one is chasing us now. It looks like we've escaped, the warriors said. As long as you return safely, the 6 strongholds around here will listen to your commands. Besides, with such a huge commotion, there might be people who will join us tomorrow. This time, we managed to disperse them, but we didn't lose too many people. The next time we can kill them all. Haha, you won't have that chance. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a burst of laughter. Someone had appeared behind her. No, that's impossible. How would you find us? The black-robed priestess' face was contorted in disbelief. Oh, why not? Pei Ziyun replied plainly. Protect the priestess, kill. At this point, the 3 warriors understood the situation better. Their chests heaved up and down as they took in a deep breath of cold air. Without another word, they charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the blade and the sword clashed, and the first warrior's blade flew out of his hands. Although it was a sword technique, it was as fast as lightning and carried the aura of a killer. Pung! A human head flew into the air. Kill! The other 2 warriors charged forward without a care for their own safety. Pei Ziyin dodged to the side and swung his sword. The warrior on the left was stunned as a line of blood appeared on his forehead. He fell to the ground with a pu sound. The last warrior lost his composure and turned around to escape. His speed was so fast that even Pei Ziyun was shocked. With a kick, a long blade flew out from the ground and pierced through the warrior's back. The tip of the blade could be seen through the front of the warrior. The screams gradually died down. In the blink of an eye, the 3 warriors were dead. The priestess, who had changed into a warrior's attire, looked at Pei Ziyun in disbelief. Ha! If you had gathered more than 10 warriors, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But you're too smart for your own good. You were distracted by my sneak attack. Where do you think you can run to now? The priestess raised her head and looked at Pei Ziyun, tried her best to maintain her composure. Since you're not him, why do you have to make things difficult for me? You should know my identity. If you let me go now, we can still meet again in the future. If you kill me, you'll become the enemy of the hundreds of tribes in the Southern Kingdom. I'm not afraid. Pei Ziyun laughed. Indeed, your identity is important. If I kill you and continue to stay in the Southern Kingdom, there will be no end to my troubles. But why do I have to stay here? You should know my identity. I'm a high scholar from Ming Prefecture. The priestess looked at Pei Ziyun's deep and cold eyes as she tried her best to maintain her composure. Pei Ziyun then laughed. If I were you, I wouldn't make unnecessary threats. Be good and tell me everything. I still stand by my words. I'm someone who wants to leave, and I have no conflict with you. If you tell me, I might let you go. The priestess was exhausted at this point. She then threw her head back and laughed out. Ha! I've cooperated with the king of the Southern Kingdom to plot against the high priest. I've lived my entire life. How could I possibly surrender to you? You've got guts. Pei Ziyun laughed. You're a martial artist who has gone through countless hardships. I believe you a little, but you've lived a life of luxury and wealth. How much torture can you endure? Even I don't dare to say that I can endure torture, much less you. Humans tend to exaggerate their willpower. Hee, I definitely won't tell you. The priestess laughed maniacally. Oh, you're really strong-willed. Pei Ziyun said as he pulled out his sword and sliced off a large piece of cloth from the priestess' robes. He then rolled it up and stuffed it into her mouth to prevent her from biting off her tongue. He then pinched one of the priestess' fingers and twisted it. A paw sound could be heard as the finger was bent out of shape. The priestess then let out a muffled cry as her entire body trembled. It's just begun. Pei Ziyun broke each in every one of her fingers before removing the cloth. He then said coldly, "Speak. This is just the beginning. Can you really endure it?" The priestess had already fainted from the pain once and was unable to make a sound. She then said hoarsely, "I'll speak. I'll speak." It was a Mr. Sure who informed us secretly. Surname Sure? She searched through her memories and could not find such a person. She then asked coldly, "Who sent this man with the surname Sure? Why did you listen to him?" "He's young Master Sia's man." Before the priestess could finish speaking, a black aura appeared on her forehead. It then transformed into the head of a wolf and pointed downwards. "No!" The priestess screamed as she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The black wolf on her forehead disappeared as well. Seeing this, Pei Ziyan walked up to take a look and felt a chill run down his spine. This person's life force had been extinguished. This was a curse. She didn't even know when this curse had been placed on her. Now that she had violated it, she was immediately devoured. This was a very familiar technique. The original owner had experienced it before. Young Master Xia Chengdong. Pei Ziyan stood up and looked up into the sky. At this point, a group of people shouted out, "Is that Pei Ziyan, top scorer Pei?" This voice sounded very familiar. Pei Ziyan turned around and saw a group of torches in the mountains. More than 10 people were rushing towards him. The leader was a short and fat man who looked very familiar. "Benefactor Sure? You come at such a good time?" Pei Ziyan raised an eyebrow. Although his words were warm, his tone was filled with killing intent. Chapter 129. When the official registrar got closer, he realized that it was the priestess lying on the ground. His face turned pale, filled with anger and fear. After some time, he regained his composure and looked at Pei Ziyan. Priestess Jinzhu led 1,000 men to attack the stronghold and ended up in such a state. "Should I address you as High Priest or Young Chieftain?" The official registrar's tone was calm, as he gritted his teeth and laughed. His voice was cold and filled with disbelief. The actions of the strongholds did not escape the attention of the officials, who sent men to intervene. In a single night, thousands of warriors were defeated, and even the priestess was killed. Pei Ziyan had no choice but to raise the level of danger he was in. "Official registrar, you're worrying too much. It's a peaceful time now, and I'm the top scorer of Ing Prefecture. Why would I become the high priest of the Southern Kingdom? Unless your excellency wishes for me to remain here?" Pei Ziyan said plainly, his eyes gleaming. He seemed to be deep in thought. From what the official registrar had just said, it was clear that the official registrar's stance was no longer that of the strongholds, nor the officials. That's true. Even if he was born in a stronghold, the officials still gave him power. Without that, how much value would he have left? Indeed, after hearing Pei Ziyan's words, the official registrar's expression softened. He then raised his hand and gestured to the soldiers behind him. "Put down your blades. I wish to speak to Master Top Scorer." "Yes, Your Excellency." The official registrar's soldiers sheathed their blades and bowed. They then retreated 10 steps and stood guard. "Official registrar, do you have anything else to say to me?" Pei Ziyan asked. The official registrar's face darkened as he looked down at the river below him. At this point, the sun was rising and the sky was red. The official registrar remained silent for a while before speaking. "You're right. Actually, these strongholds have a deep grudge against the high priest. We all know this. That's why they're here, to kill Master Top Scorer. Although you've defeated 1,000 men in the Southern Kingdom, no matter if it's the officials, the bandits, or the strongholds, none of them wish for a successor to the high priest to appear. Do you mean to say that you wish to avenge the strongholds?" Pei Ziyan raised an eyebrow and asked. "Of course not. Most of the strongholds are undecided. Now that the few strongholds they hated have been defeated, no one will fight them anymore. It's just that Master Top Scorer, you're a scholar. What do you think the imperial court will do after such a huge incident? Now that the Su dynasty has been established, even if Master Top Scorer obtains the high priest's witchcraft and is able to control the poisonous snakes, so what?" The official registrar did not threaten Pei Ziyan, but explained everything clearly. That's why I said that your idea was right. Sigh. The mountain stronghold led by this priestess has won, so this matter is settled. No one will say anything more. Now that I've won, they want to persuade me to surrender. What a scheme. Pei Zi Yun analyzed the intentions of the registrar official and the people behind him. Master Top Scorer's mind is sharp. That's right. The imperial court doesn't care much about the conflicts within the mountain strongholds. It's just that the imperial court doesn't allow any faction to be too powerful, and they won't allow a new faction to rise up. The tribe leaders behind me are the same. The official was not ashamed at all as he spoke frankly. At this point, he lowered his voice. This time, I've come because of an order from my superiors. If Master Top Scorer wins, and you still have some strength left, my superiors can give Master Top Scorer 3 days to settle some matters and leave the southern kingdoms. If not, the officials will. You're the one who's worried that I'll use the poisonous snakes to wreak havoc in the southern kingdoms. If you want me to settle the matters on the mountain, it's simple. I have a few small requests. Pei Ziyan laughed and thought for a long time before exhaling. Master Top Scorer, please speak. The official was extremely courteous. There are less than 100 people left on the mountain. I'll take them all with me. When I get there, I hope that they'll give me permission to travel. This is the first request. Pei Ziyan said. Hearing these words, the official laughed. A small matter, that's fine. Secondly, I wish to rent a large boat to head towards Jiangnan. Pei Ziyan then said, it can hold up to 100 people. That's simple. I can make a promise on behalf of them. The official thought for some time before agreeing. As for Snake Mountain, after we leave, we'll seal the mountain. I don't wish for anyone to disturb those who have already fallen asleep. This is the third request. These are all reasonable requests. Master Top Scorer, what other requests do you have? The official's eyes lit up. My departure will be beneficial to everyone. Hence, I hope that no one will try anything funny. Pei Ziyan smiled. Haha, of course not. Master Top Scorer, please don't worry. The official laughed out loud. After such a battle, unless he wanted something big to happen, who would act like this? Pei Ziyan nodded his head before turning around to leave. Looking at his disappearing silhouette, the official's face turned gloomy. Someone walked up to him. Official, why didn't you kill him? Can you kill him? The official pointed at the corpses on the ground. I can lure him into the city. The man refused to give up. But what if you don't succeed? This person isn't someone who would give up easily. If you really force him to rebel, and you didn't kill him, even if the imperial court were to suppress him, the southern kingdoms would still fall apart. Who would be responsible for that? The official glared at him. If he leaves obediently, that's the best thing to do. That's good for everyone. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Yes. The man started sweating profusely. Pei Ziyan walked all the way back to the stronghold. The villagers were still inside the stronghold. Most of the snakes had already returned to the stronghold. Hiss. Pei Ziyan whistled. The snakes on the ground seemed to be very happy. A huge snake circled around Pei Ziyan before leaving. The rest of the snakes then headed towards the back of the mountain. Seeing that the snakes had left, Pei Ziyan then walked towards the stronghold. The high priest is back. The villagers on the city walls could sense the movement of the snakes from afar. When they saw Pei Ziyan, they started cheering. Open the gates for the high priest. He Ching shouted out in excitement as she ran down the walls. The old woman was also very happy to receive Pei Ziyan. High priest, we've waited for you for over 20 years. You've finally returned. The old woman lowered her head as she knelt on the ground, sobbing. You can call me young chieftain. I've only inherited my uncle's powers and not his. Pei Ziyan sighed. Young chieftain, is the chieftain really not coming back? The old woman's body trembled as she whimpered. He's not coming back. Pei Ziyan replied. Woo. The old woman's face was covered in tears as she collapsed onto the ground. She was choking on her sobs and couldn't speak. The young girl wasn't as sad as Pei Ziyan. The memories of the chieftain were only told by her parents. At this point, she stepped forward and bowed. Young chieftain, what happened to the Golden Pearl Priestess? He's been killed by me. Pei Ziyun replied coldly. Young chieftain is very valiant. Shall we mobilize our troops tomorrow? We shall carry out the chieftain's last words and gather all the tribes that were loyal to us to revolt. Young chieftain already possesses the chieftain's powers. We shall sweep through the southern kingdoms and unify the entire southern kingdoms. Don't test me. I've said it before. The dynasty has just been established and is no longer the southern kingdoms of yesteryear. If we were to revolt, even if we manage to cause chaos, how far can we go? Follow me to Ying Prefecture. I shall arrange a new place for all of you to stay. You won't have to live a life of fighting and killing anymore. Pei Ziyun sighed. Hearing these words, He Ching then laughed. Young chieftain, when you broke through the siege yesterday, I thought that young chieftain would start something big. Young chieftain has brought us to live a peaceful life, and we're very happy. The young girl wasn't very concerned about the uprising. As the chieftain, she was more concerned about the people. When some of the elders heard these words, they were somewhat disappointed. They then thought about it and realized that it wasn't bad to live a peaceful life in the plains. Young master, it's a small matter for us to go to a foreign land. I'm afraid the officials will not allow us to do so. He Ching was somewhat hesitant, as she was worried that the imperial court would stop them. Don't worry. We've defeated the allied forces of several tribes. At this point, they can't wait for us to leave. Pei Ziyun laughed. Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements. He Ching replied. She was full of energy as she collected the corpses of those who had died in battle and packed their belongings. The people in the stronghold were all hesitant and fearful. When everything was packed, Pei Ziyun tossed the torch into the air. The entire stronghold, which had been doused with oil, instantly burst into flames. Thick smoke rose up into the sky and could be seen from tens of kilometers away. Looking at the burning stronghold, He Ching felt uneasy, but also hopeful. Some of the older villagers looked at the burning stronghold, their eyes filled with sorrow. Let's go, Pei Ziyun instructed. Yes, young chieftain. The young girl and the old woman replied. Far away, the sun had just risen. The mountains and the stronghold were scattered all over the place. The registrar official was waiting respectfully. In front of him was an old man who had an air of authority about him. He looked at the thick smoke and saw the soldiers surrounding him. He then laughed and said, Top scorer Pei is really decisive. At his age, how could I be like this? He then sighed. You've been tired for the entire night. Go back and rest. I shall go rest as well. As for top scorer Pei leaving, it's for everyone's benefit. Please make things easier for me. Yes, the registrar official bowed. However, this lowly official cannot rest yet. Although I've burned down the stronghold and have made up my mind to leave, I have yet to leave. I still have to make arrangements. Go. The official stood up and bowed. The next day, at a pier, when 100 men arrived at the pier, the people on the pier all had strange looks on their faces. The registrar official was surrounded by dozens of bailiffs. On the east side of the pier, there was someone boiling water. One of the constables saw Pei Ziyun and hurriedly bowed before welcoming him in. Master Top Scorer, what do you think of this boat? The registrar official pointed out as he spoke. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that the river was flowing. In the middle of it, there was a huge boat. On the deck, there was a semicircular walkway. It was 3 stories high. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Looks like it's fully occupied. He then asked, Have you prepared anything else? I've prepared. Look at the east side. There's someone boiling water. I've prepared 30 large buckets. We'll split it into 3 batches. The registrar official was puzzled. But what does Master Top Score mean by this? The stronghold is dirty, and there's a lot of filth in it. It's not a problem in the mountains. However, if we were to bathe on the boat, we might not be able to acclimatize and cause a plague. Hence, we'll bathe and change into new clothes. It's better to be prepared. However, the weather is hot now. Young people can bathe by the river. Women, children, and the elderly have weak bodies. Hence, I've informed you to prepare. As for these fruits, I have a use for them. This was to prevent scurvy. However, the registrar official didn't seem to mind. He then praised, "Bathing will get rid of the plague. Indeed, it's better to be prepared." As he spoke, he took a closer look and asked, "They're all here?" "They're all here, 104 of them." Pei Ziyun sighed. "Now, do you feel relieved?" Relieved. The registrar official wasn't ashamed at all. "This way, I can explain myself." Chapter 130. Your Excellency is indeed a wise man. Pei Ziyun was speechless. He watched as he Ching organized the bathing and changing of clothes. Although he was only wearing a pair of 1,000-layer cloth shoes, his footsteps were steady and elegant. The registrar official was secretly impressed by him. There were vines by the side of the pier. The stems looked thin and weak, and the branches were covered with white hairs. Some of the red beans had already ripened. Pei Ziyun then walked up to pick them. The registrar official was surprised. "Master top scorer sure is carefree. Why are you picking these red beans?" "I'm giving them to someone." Pei Ziyun knew that there was no such poem in this world. Furthermore, the red beans might not be the original red beans. The month was wrong. He smiled and did not say much. The bathing was done quickly. The villagers changed their clothes and boarded the boat. Pei Ziyun watched as they boarded the boat. It was the height of summer in June. Everyone was relaxing and drinking tea. The registrar official was sweating profusely. He then stopped smiling and bowed. "These days I have troubled your excellency." He then took out 3 banknotes and handed them to the registrar official. "I shall leave now. You can go back and report to your superiors. Take this money and drink some tea. Your excellency, farewell." "Take care, master top scorer." The registrar official looked at the banknotes and smiled. The boat then sailed down the river, disappearing into the distance. The registrar official stood by the riverbank and looked at the boat. At this point, someone walked up to him and asked, "Your Excellency?" So what if we've lost a few strongholds? You want me to do something for you, but you don't even want to fork out money. Do you really think I'm a slave?" Pei Ziyun will no longer stir up trouble in the Southern Kingdom. It's best that he's gone. This matter ends here. These strongholds have suffered heavy losses. We have to think of a way to get a share of the spoils. Your Excellency is wise. The warrior understood and hurriedly spoke out. The registrar official smiled and pulled out a banknote. "Here. Master top scorer is generous. I shall not be stingy. Everyone, share it." "Yes." The people below all cheered as they looked for a place to hide from the heat. "What? The imperial court and the tribe leaders' men have been taken away. Damn it." Within the Southern Kingdom, there was a garden filled with flowers and plants. Shirmu Zhong threw a teapot onto the ground. "Young Master Shir, what do you think we should do? The high priest is dead, and the tribe has suffered a great loss. The government officials have yet to take any action. This grudge is unbearable." One of the leaders of the Miao stockade village beside Shirmu Zhong spoke out bitterly. "I will report this matter to the young master." This priestess belonged to the young master. He didn't know what methods he used to subdue her, but the young master trusted him and gave him the authority to mobilize the troops. If not, he wouldn't have been able to mobilize the troops so easily. Now that the priestess was dead and the mission was not accomplished, Shirmu Zhong was extremely troubled. After sending the tribe leader off, Shirmu Zhong returned to his room and gritted his teeth as he held onto his teacup. He then muttered to himself, "Over 1,000 men surrounded and killed me. I thought that when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. With such strength, even 3 to 5 great masters would be able to surround and kill me. I didn't want you to succeed in your counterattack and even kill the priestess. Now, even the government is being cautious with you. It seems that you are indeed a variable arranged by the heavens. You didn't die in such a dangerous situation, and you even obtained the high priest's inheritance." After a long period of silence, he said, "Even if I have to go all out to reprimand him, I have to report this to young master. With a thunderous rage, I have to stop this." As the boat sailed along the river, Pei Ziyun stood on the deck. A gentle breeze brushed past him, causing his robes to flutter. He held a red bean in his hand. The young lady walked up to Pei Ziyun and asked softly, "Young chieftain, these few days the people in the stronghold are not used to life on the boat. What should we do?" Pei Ziyun knew that drifting on a boat was the easiest way to get dizzy. He smiled bitterly. "There's no other way. Arrange for someone to take care of them. Every few days, find a pier and rest there. Once they get used to it, they'll be fine." "Yes, young chieftain," the young lady replied. The boat sailed for another few days before entering the sea. The sails were raised as they sailed along the coast. After half a month, they finally arrived at Ing Prefecture. Pei Ziyin heard someone knocking on his door. He Qing opened the door. Her face was filled with joy. "Young chieftain, we've finally arrived at Ing Prefecture. Everyone has been suffocating and wants to get off the boat." Hearing the young lady's words, Pei Ziyun had the same intention as well. He then said, "Don't call me young chieftain. Call me young master. You must be suffocating. I've gotten used to it. I don't see anyone else looking for me. However, the people in the stronghold aren't adept at navigating. They're exhausted and need to rest for a few days. Since you're here, make the necessary arrangements. We'll stay here for a few days." "Yes, young master," the young lady replied happily. It was almost dusk. He Qing had booked 3 inns nearby and brought her friends out to have fun. Pei Ziyin finished his meal and left the inn. He walked alone and noticed that the embankment was filled with shrubs and shrubs. Waves were crashing against the sturdy embankment, splashing water everywhere. Looking around, he noticed that this was the pier of a coastal county. It was much smaller, but it seemed like it was because of the ban on the sea. It was much more prosperous than he had imagined. There were more carriages and boats on the river. There were many people receiving guests, delivering goods, loading boats, and setting up carriages. Pei Ziyun strolled along the pier in the middle of the night. He had a rare moment of leisure. There were many small vendors selling chicken and snacks. He heard an old man talking to another old man. Pei Ziyun walked past and stopped in his tracks. "Jibei Ho is really flexible. I've heard that Jibei Ho has requested the emperor to give up his armor and return to the countryside." The emperor was overjoyed and approved of it. He even rewarded Jibei Ho greatly. "Hey, I think Master Ho is smart. If Master Ho wasn't like this, he would end up like that Master Ho in the north." The old man laughed coldly. "Hey, old man Shun, everything else doesn't matter. But what happened in the north, you're talking about on the streets. Aren't you afraid of death? Lower your voice, lower your voice." The old man had heard the old man's words and spoke softly. "Let's not talk about Master Ho's matter. The governor has lifted the ban on the sea. I've heard that 3 ports have been opened, and the number of pirates has decreased. It's just that there are still quite a number of pirates openly appearing at the ports. It's true that the number of pirates has decreased. Now that the ban on the sea has been lifted, life has become much better." A passerby replied, "That's true. Recently, the pier has been bustling with activity. Many ships have been sailing to compete for the pirates' business." Pei Ziyin stopped walking and thought to himself, "History has changed because of me, and Ing Prefecture has changed because of me. It's just that the changes that have taken place may not be what I wanted." Pei Ziyin suddenly had some thoughts as he thought about Yi Su. He touched his pockets and realized that there were still some red beans that he had plucked from the southern kingdoms. He then turned around and walked back to the inn. When he reached the inn, Pei Ziyin entered his room and instructed the waiter, "Bring me a brush, ink, and paper." "Yes." Before long, the waiter brought the brush, ink, and paper over. Pei Ziyin sat down and lit a candle. He then started to grind the ink. His heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Was it because he missed her, or was it because he couldn't bear to part with her? Pei Ziyun couldn't explain it clearly. It was just that he missed her so much that he couldn't forget about her. At this point, he picked up the brush and started writing a letter. "It's been a few months, and I miss her." After he finished writing the letter, he thought for some time before retrieving the bag containing the red beans. He held one of the red beans in his hands, as if he was holding on to it. After some time, he sighed and added a poem at the end of the letter. "Red beans grow in the southern kingdoms. When spring comes, how many do they sprout? May you pluck as many as you can, for these are the things I miss the most. When he reached the window, he opened it. Not far from in was a river that flowed into the sea. The willows on both sides of the river were green, and a full moon hung high up in the sky, illuminating the land with snow. Earlier, there were still people around the stall, but now they were closing up. The people living nearby were all asleep, and only the sound of cicadas and insects could be heard. Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. You've been following me for so long, and you still don't want to show yourself? Under the moonlight, there was silence. Pei Zi-yun didn't hesitate any longer. He pulled out his sword and thrust it toward the direction. He heard a ding sound as the sword clashed, and sparks flew out. Pei Zi-yun squinted his eyes and saw a man dressed in black with a mask on his face. He saw a narrow sword, and it gleamed brightly. Who are you? Pei Zi-yun asked. The assassin didn't say a word and just smiled evilly. Suddenly, his vision turned black, and the candle was extinguished. Pei Zi-yun couldn't see anything. Pong! The light from the sword exploded, and the two of them crossed paths. Pei Zi-yun's robes fluttered in the wind, and a strand of the assassin's green hair fell to the ground. At this point, a candle light appeared. Good sword techniques, but it's a pity that you're going to die here. The assassin stretched out his hand and caught the strand of hair. When Pei Zi-yun heard this, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. The assassin's sword techniques weren't even on par with his, and yet he dared to say that he would kill him? What a joke. Die! The assassin's long sword pierced through the air. All of a sudden, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and not a single ray of light could be seen. Almost at the same time, a sword appeared. It grew clearer and bigger. The heavens and earth were filled with this sword, and it brought with it a dazzling power as it pierced towards Pei Zi-yun. It's a Dao technique. Pei Zi-yun understood. Although the tip of the sword seemed slow, it was actually extremely fast. At this critical moment of life and death, the sword struck out. Clang! Pei Zi-yun felt a strange force penetrating into his body from the blade of the sword and penetrating his organs. He felt as if he was made of steel and felt a chill in his body. As long as this chill penetrated into his body, he would die without a doubt. At this point, he felt a similar force within his body. Pong! Pei Zi-yun took a step back, and the scene in front of him disappeared. The candle continued to burn. Although the assassin did not retreat, he swayed slightly. His veil was torn, and his hair fell onto his broad shoulders. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Pei Zi-yun, and his face was expressionless. Hardness and gentleness. At this point, someone shouted out in alarm. The assassin then turned around and walked away. Pei Zi-yun's face fell. Shimu zhong, xie cheng dong. His voice was filled with hatred and hatred. Although only half of his face was revealed, this sinister face was too familiar to the original owner. Pei Zi-yun could tell with one look that it was him. It was just a guess, but now it was confirmed. That priestess must be one of Xie Chengdong's people. Shimu zhong is Xie Chengdong's loyal hound. Xie Chengdong had already noticed me 5 years ago and was extremely hostile towards me. The only good news is that Shimu zhong has yet to become a master. His cultivation level is probably at the 10th level, which is 1 level higher than mine. Although his Dao techniques are higher than mine, his sword techniques are weaker than mine. If Shimu zhong is like that, what about Xie Chengdong? Could it be that he has broken through the gates of heaven and become a master? Could it be that he has already merged with his paradise and is about to become an earth immortal? Chapter 131. Prefecture City. It was the height of summer, and a few cicadas were chirping nonstop from the trees in Fu Mansion. It was extremely annoying. The air was hot and humid, and the gatekeeper was fanning himself with a fan. He was thinking of eating some melons to cool off the heat. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? The gatekeeper opened the door and saw Pei Zi-yun, dressed in silk robes. He held a fan in his hand as he looked at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was quick-witted and hurriedly smiled. Young Master Pei, you're finally back. You've been away for a few months. Little Miss has missed you dearly. Senior sister has been complaining about not having anyone to play with her every day. Pei Ziyan laughed. As soon as he entered the mansion, he was under the shade of the trees. The cold wind blew past him, making him feel refreshed. Young master, I'm not sure about that. The gatekeeper replied. This was Little Miss business. How could he talk about it? Pei Ziyan then asked, Is master at home? I have something to discuss with her. Young master, Miss Yu is at home. She did not go out today. The gatekeeper replied as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Pei Ziyan smiled and pointed at him. Are you so hot? Or are you afraid of me? What's there to be afraid of? Oh yes, when I came back from the pier, I saw a boat full of watermelons. I bought a whole cart for you. Go and take some for yourself. The gatekeeper was overjoyed and replied, Yes, thank you, young master. Seeing Pei Ziyan leave, the gatekeeper thought to himself, It's hot, and I'm afraid. I don't know why, but seeing young master gives me goosebumps. Pei Ziyan didn't need anyone to lead him in. He took a few turns and stopped at a corridor before knocking on the door. At this point, Yu Yanjun was practicing her calligraphy. The little girl Chu Xia was pouting beside her, as if she was unhappy. Aunt, when do you think Junior Brother will be back? I haven't seen him in a long time, Chu Xia said as she rested her hands on her cheeks. You mischievous brat. You like to drag your junior brother away. You're so bored. Bring the new serving maid to catch your cicadas. Aunt, you only know how to tease me. You know I don't like to catch cicadas. The little girl said as she rubbed her head. If only Junior Brother was here. Master, are you inside? Your disciple has just finished his travels and wishes to pay his respects to Master. Pei Ziyan shouted. Come in. Yu Yanjun instructed. As soon as Pei Ziyan stepped through the door, the young lowly rushed towards him like a gust of wind. She then threw herself into his arms and said coquettishly, Junior Brother, you've been gone for so long. I've missed you so much. Senior sister, you must be thinking of my present. Stop fumbling around in my robes. The present is in my hand. Pei Ziyan stretched out his hand, which was holding onto a wooden box. When he opened it, he saw a group of beautiful sugar figurines. Thank you, Junior Brother. All of a sudden, the little girl planted a kiss on Pei Ziyan's face. Pei Ziyan paused in shock. Chu Xia seemed to realize that she had just kissed her junior brother, and her face turned red. She then ran out of the room, covering her face with her hands. The little girl was dressed in a light yellow dress. Her waist was slender, and she had 2 pairs of rings on her waist. She suddenly looked like a young girl. Chu Xia, that lasts. Yu Yanjun shook her head as she watched Chu Xia run out of the room. She then looked at Pei Ziyan carefully. It was a pity that Pei Ziyan had Yi Su-er in his heart. Seeing the strange look on his master's face, Pei Ziyan felt somewhat awkward. He never thought that Chu Xia would sneak an attack on him right in front of his master. Master, I've gained a lot from my travels. I've already cultivated to the 9th level. If I advance any further, I'll be at the 10th level. I can then prepare to open the gates of heaven. Pei Ziyan collected himself and bowed respectfully. What? You've already cultivated to the 9th level? How is that possible? Could it be that you've had a miraculous encounter? Yu Yanjun had wanted to tease him a little, but when she heard Pei Ziyan's words, she paused. She then asked, You were only at the 7th level previously, and that was already considered very fast. It's only been a few months, and you've already reached the 9th level? Yes, Master. When I went to the Southern Kingdoms, I coincidentally met the descendant of Senior Uncle Li. I even received his will. After reading it, I was able to understand many things. After cultivating for a few more days, I've already reached the 9th level. My Dao arts have also improved greatly. These weren't empty words. Pei Ziyan looked at the information interface and saw a line of words appear in front of him. Free Cloud Sect Sword Technique, Master 11, 5%. Free Cloud Sect Technique, 9th level. Dao Arts, 39 types advanced. Entry Control Advanced Master. After absorbing Li Xianlian's experiences, Pei Ziyan's Dao Arts had improved by quite a bit. Although absorbing the legacy had cost him a lot, his original 31 types of Dao Arts had now increased to 39. Furthermore, all of them had reached the advanced level. As for becoming a master of Tao arts, that was something he could only dream of. 39 types. I'm afraid the sect only has 41 or 42 types of Tao arts. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. Apart from the Tao arts that are not passed down to the disciples of the sect, I've basically learned all of them before I open the gates of heaven. What's Senior's book? Show it to me. Does it have such an effect? Yu Yunjun asked Pei Ziyun suspiciously. Master, the Tao book is here. Pei Ziyun had long prepared for this. He retrieved a Tao book from within his robes and handed it over. This is a Tao arts record? Yu Yunjun paused as she read the name. It wasn't anything special. She looked at it carefully and said, Is this Senior Uncle Li's record? Yes, I have some impression of this handwriting. It seems to be. Actually, in terms of handwriting, Pei Ziyun felt that the only thing that could be considered good was that the handwriting wasn't bad. However, Pei Ziyun had inherited the experience of Li Xianlian and wanted to write such handwriting. Pei Ziyun had stayed at the pier for a few days to make a copy of this book. Since he had obtained Li Xianlian's memories, it was indeed useful. He had to admit that this senior uncle who had betrayed his sect was extremely talented. It's just that. AI. Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. Yu Yunjun read the Tao arts record. At first, she felt that it was rather ordinary. The more she read, the more surprised she became. She paused for a moment. I can still remember Senior Uncle's demeanor in the past. Who would have thought that, after a few decades, Senior Uncle's standards would reach such a level? Yu Yunjun exclaimed, as the saying goes, great skill may appear clumsy. It was fate that you received this. Senior Uncle Li Xianlian was also a rare talent in our sect. It's just that he was from the Southern Kingdom and could not inherit the position of sect leader. It's a pity. Senior Uncle has descendants. You could take care of them. Master, when I left, Senior Uncle had already passed away many years ago. His followers were all lonely and destitute. I received this letter from Senior Uncle and was indebted to him. Hence, I brought them back with me and was prepared to settle them down in Snail Village. Pei Ziyin frowned as he spoke, as if he was deeply moved. That's very thoughtful of you. Yu Yunjun sighed. That's a good idea. Actually, it was the sect that let down your senior uncle. I shall go to the sect and ask them to take care of his followers. Master, I have one more thing to tell you. When I went to the Southern Kingdom and when I returned, I met with an unknown enemy. Someone tried to assassinate me at the inn by the pier. His martial arts skills were extremely high, and his sword skills were similar to mine. His cultivation level was even higher than mine. I was secretly shocked by this. What? His sword skills were similar to yours? His cultivation level was even higher? Doesn't that mean he's at the 10th level and is preparing to open the gates of heaven? This kind of person is the future hope of our sect. Why would he become an assassin? Yu Yunjun didn't dare to believe it. She then asked further and frowned. Although you've only been here for 1 or 2 years, you've accomplished many things. I'm not sure who it was. The Imperial Court, Holy Jail Sect, and even the people from the Southern Kingdom. It doesn't look like it. Master, I'm not afraid. These are all trials and tribulations on the path of Tao. It's just that my mother is an ordinary person. In the past, Holy Jail Sect was the local tyrant. Attacking one's family would not benefit either party. However, this time, the assassin was an outsider. I'm afraid that someone might not follow the rules. That's why the surviving tribesmen wanted to rest for a few days. I asked them to ride a carriage while I rode my own horse over. You're right. I shall go back with you and bring your mother to the capital. The imperial qi in the capital is very strong. Aside from martial arts, it would be hard for anyone else to cultivate Tao arts. Furthermore, the Fu Mansion is protected by a protective spell. Occasionally, people from the monastery would come over. Your mother's safety should be assured. Yu Yunjun stood up and spoke. We're going now? Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed. Of course we're going now. Such matters have to be done quickly. We have to be prepared for a rainy day. If anything happens, it would be too late. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he clapped his hands and sighed. Thank you, Master. I'm relieved. Let's go back now. Those people are waiting at the pier. We'll gather outside. Ha ha. You're usually so polite and refined. But now you're revealing your impatience. Yu Yanjun laughed as she pointed at Pei Ziyun. They boarded a boat at the pier. By the time they reached Slow River County, it was already late at night. He Ching looked up and saw that Pei Ziyun's eyes were closed. She then said, "Young master, they've arrived." "Oh." Pei Ziyun slowly opened his eyes and looked around. They didn't stop at the pier. Instead, they stopped at the nearest shore. Luckily, it was summer and the water was deep, so they could still reach the shore. "Let's disembark." The group of people disembarked and headed towards Snail Village. Along the way, they met people who were curious. However, when they saw that there were a few bailiffs following them, they all took a detour. When they reached the village chief welcomed them. He looked at the 100 people behind Pei Ziyun in astonishment. The bailiffs then stepped forward. "These are the people from the southern barbarians. You don't have to worry about them. They all have proper travel permits. So that's how it is. Please come in. I'll prepare your lodgings." The village chief couldn't help but feel worried as he forced a smile. It seemed like these people were brought here by Master Top Scorer. Most of Snail Village's surname was Zhang. "Are you worried about the distribution of the population?" Pei Ziyin could tell what this person was thinking. However, at this point in time, the difference in status between them was like heaven and earth. Hence, he didn't mind at all, nor did he console him. He then said, "There's no need for that. My house can still accommodate people." Before long, Pei Ziyun's mother carried Liao Yiqing over. She had regained the baby fat of a 5-year-old girl. She was very adorable, and her eyes were bright and clear. "Does Yi still remember me, brother?" Liao Yiqing opened her mouth and spoke, as though she had a deep impression of him. Pei Ziyun laughed out loud and turned to his mother. "This is He Ching, the tribe leader." "No, young chieftain is the tribe leader. I'm just a serving girl." He Ching hurriedly replied. Pei Ziyun saw that Pei Qianshi was confused and laughed. "Let's talk inside." Chapter 132. Pei Mansion. As he neared, he saw a memorial arch. This was the top scorer's memorial arch. Anyone who neared could see the words Pei Mansion on top of the main door. Inside, there was a plaque with the words Top Scorer written in gold. This memorial arch and the horizontal board represented the glory of the owner and even the family. Outsiders who saw it would praise it and know that it was a scholarly family. At the very least, they had produced a high scholar. Most importantly, the county magistrate who saw it would automatically lower his head. After entering the main door, there was a large hall and a front room. The corridor was lined with bamboos. After passing through the front yard, they entered the backyard. There was a small garden and a small house. The corridor was made of wood and was half a foot off the ground. Other than the corridor, there was only a walkway. The floor was paved with green stones. Even if it rained, there would be no mud on the floor. Several serving maids and servants came out to welcome them. The one leading them was Bai Sanchu. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, "Mother is actually the most comfortable here. It's a pity that it's not safe here." He looked at Pei Qianshi, who was hugging Liao Yiqing and talking to Yu Yanjun. The two of them were laughing and chatting. They entered the house and sat down. Bai stepped forward to serve them tea. He Ching and the old woman followed beside him. Pei Ziyin sat down on a stool and drank his tea. He then took a deep breath before speaking to He Ching. "You can stay here temporarily. I've already sent someone to summon Chen Yuan. You should be here soon. I've been thinking about this for the past few days. Since you have the travel permit, it shouldn't be difficult to get a household registration, right?" He was speaking to a small official. The official hurriedly replied, "It's not difficult. The county magistrate has instructed that everything regarding young master will be handled differently." Pei Ziyin nodded his head in satisfaction. "Once the household registration is settled, the next step will be the fields. I originally had 500 mu of land near the East River. It's a pity that I already have tenants and cannot give it to you. But I can buy it for you. You have about 25 households. I intend to buy 15 mu of land for each household, and 50 mu for Ching. I will buy cattle for each household. As for the houses, I will instruct Chen Yuan to build a street nearby, close to the Pei Temple. You can all settle down here. Also, here's 1,000 taels of silver. You can buy your own furniture and daily necessities. Pei Ziyin said. The young lady didn't reject him and took the banknotes from him. Thank you, young master. Pei Qianshu saw that Pei Ziyin had brought so many people back and was a little worried. But at this point, she no longer had such thoughts, and her face was full of smiles. It was a time of peace and prosperity. Pei Ziyin was with someone else, and this caused Pei Qianshu to be worried. She stood quietly by the side, waiting for him to finish speaking. Pei Ziyin had just finished his arrangements when he came over. Pei Qianshu smiled and said, "Now that you've settled down, you want to bring your mother to the city to enjoy life. How filial of you. It's just that I've lived in the countryside for so many years and can't bear to leave. Mother, the world hasn't been peaceful for long. It's still not stable yet. It's better to go to the city." Pei Ziyin then continued, "You and teacher should go to the city first. I shall settle everything here. Bai Sanchu will go with us. Big brother, hug me." Liao Qingye stretched out her little arms from Pei Qianshu's embrace. "All right, let big brother carry you." Pei Ziyin received the little green leaf. After saving the little green leaf, the two of them became much closer. "It's getting late, let's go." Yu Yinjun looked at the sky and said. Pei Qianshu wasn't muddle-headed. She knew that her son had brought up the matter in such a solemn manner, which meant that he was in danger. She wasn't a woman who would cause trouble for her son. She sighed and stood up. The ox cart was already prepared. Pei Qianshu followed Yu Yunjun onto the cart, while Pei Ziyin personally escorted them. It was getting late, and the sky was turning dark. A light drizzle was falling from the sky. A Taoist dressed in coarse robes was watching from afar. Someone behind him asked, "Young master Shi, this man has left. What should we do?" Under the shade of a tree, Mu Zhong said angrily, "I had wanted to kidnap this man's mother. Who knew that he would be so cautious? That plan won't work. These people are just vassals. Killing them would be of no use. Damn it." A cool breeze blew, and the sky was misty. Mu Zhong frowned for some time before sighing. "Let's go back first and think of another plan. Boss Chun, your business seems to be getting better and better." A few days later, Chen Yuan was walking along the river when a passerby spoke up. "Many thanks, it's just a small profit." Chen Yuan smiled as he replied, "Boss Chen, you've boarded a big boat. Now, that top scorer Pei's poems have reached the ears of the heavens. Even the emperor himself has heard of it. Every word written by Master Top Scorer is worth more than a gold coin. Furthermore, these few days, Master Top Scorer has asked you to help him with some errands. You must have earned quite a lot this time. It's all thanks to young Master's care and generosity. I've not embezzled any of his rewards. Don't talk nonsense." Chen Yuan glared at him coldly. The passerby had wanted to say more, but when he saw the anger in Chen Yuan's eyes, he remembered that Chen Yuan was no longer a peddler. He was now a small landlord with 15 mu of farmland. He also had shares in the shops in the county. Chen Yuan raised his umbrella and walked toward Snail Village. The rain continued to fall as Pei Ziyun took out a brush to practice his calligraphy. Although it had been a few days, Pei Qianshu's worries were still fresh in his mind. Liao Qingyi was a little reluctant as well, but followed her master back to the prefecture. Land, houses, customs, relationships, officials, everything had to be handled by themselves. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. "Young master, Chen Yuan has arrived. Bring him in," Pei Ziyun instructed. He took a deep breath and put down his brush. He then walked to the window. Outside the window, the raindrops hit the leaves, making pitter-patter sounds. "Are you well?" The rain was getting heavier. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He had written the letter and the red beans at the pier and had entrusted them to his master. How was Yi Su doing? Was anyone bullying her? Did she lose weight or gain weight? Chen Yuan entered the house and saw Pei Ziyun standing by the window, looking at the rain. He then walked up to him happily. "Young master, you're back. I've done what you asked me to do. Tell me, did you meet with any difficulties?" Pei Ziyun asked. "Young master, I didn't meet with any difficulties. The last time you went to the capital city, You receive an audience with the emperor. He even praised you. Now that the news has spread, you have to buy another 500 mu of farmland. Although there are some small problems, there shouldn't be any major issues. Oh, you've done well. This silver is for you. Pei Ziyin threw 10 taels of silver over to him. Thank you, young master, for your reward. Chen Yuan was overjoyed and said, Young master, that's not all. Right now, all the states are spreading your name. Your college notes are selling very quickly. Your handwriting is worth a gold coin. In the future, if young master doesn't have any money, you can write a few strokes and sell them. I'll go out and take a look. Pei Ziyin nodded his head. Write me a note here. Chen Yuan was surprised, but he replied, Yes, young master. Pei Ziyin put on a straw raincoat and left. Tribe leader, I followed the young chieftain to Ying Prefecture. The land here is really fertile. I've just got to take a look. 1 mu of land here is more than double the amount of land in our tribe. The old woman's face was filled with smiles as she raised her umbrella and followed He Ching around. I've got to take a look as well. The land here is much better than where the mountain stronghold was. The land has already been distributed, and with the young chieftain's grace, all the land belongs to each family. We are no longer tenants. He even gave us cows to plow the land. We should be able to live a good life next year. He Ching said as she looked at the cows. As the two of them were talking, a villager suddenly came over and said, Master, young master is here. When He Ching heard this, she was elated. Young master is here. Let's pay our respects together. Along the way, the villagers all bowed to him. Pei Ziyin had a smile on his face. When He Ching saw Pei Ziyin, she bowed. Young chieftain. Pei Ziyin laughed. How are you guys adapting? Young chieftain. Young master, we're very comfortable here. Look, the fields have already been distributed to each family. The old woman pointed out and said, We've even bought the cows, one for each family. Everyone is helping the craftsmen to repair the houses. Everyone loves it. Young chieftain, I can still live for another 15 years. The old woman then pointed at the youths and said, Our generation and the next generation have withered away. But now, the next generation will have many more children. I have to help you train them. Pei Ziyin nodded his head as he returned to the ancestral temple. Every time he walked up the stone steps, he could feel the difference between the inside and the outside. It was dark and spacious. Pei Ziyin stood in front of the altar and bowed 3 times. He then lit an incense stick and looked at the smoke, deep in thought. Now that Xie Chengdong has made a move to kill me, it means that he has a plan in mind. Xie Chengdong, although this is out of my expectations, since you've been exposed, I have to retaliate. According to the original owner's memories, you're very powerful. You have your pawns everywhere under the heavens. That's why you're able to call out to hundreds of people and gain the most from the changes in imperial qi. These pawns, let me think about my memories. Pei Ziyin paced around. Shermu Zhong is really despicable, but his movements are very secretive. I've used Free Cloud Sex Network, and yet I couldn't find him. It seems like he's one of Xie Chengdong's pawns. After all, Free Cloud Sect is just a Dao sect. Their information network isn't that strong. Unless it's the government, no one would be that strong. Finding Shermu Zhong is very troublesome. Besides, Xie Chengdong's pawns are a secret now. However, in the future, it will be a glorious story. It will be spread far and wide, similar to an underground gang. This gave me a chance. Although Xie Chengdong's pawns were exposed in the future, the original owner was imprisoned and could only remember the names of 3 prefectures: Ying Prefecture, Yong Prefecture, and Liang Prefecture. The rest were not exposed, and the original owner was imprisoned. Since I'm in Ying Prefecture, I shall start from there. Meng Luo Gong, that's his name. Although Free Cloud Sex Information Network isn't strong, with this name, it shouldn't be difficult to find him. After all these years, although Xie Chengdong has grown stronger and stronger, how can he not have enemies? I know a few of them. Perhaps I should form an alliance with them. The enemy of my enemy. Even if I can't be friends, I can still form an alliance. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. He had already made arrangements for the villagers. Now that his mother was under his master's protection, he had nothing to worry about. Naturally, I can get rid of all of Xie Chengdong's henchmen and reduce their fate energy. Just as he was thinking about this, the skies rumbled with thunder, boom. The system reacted immediately as a row of red words appeared. Mission: remove Xie Chengdong's influence in Ying Prefecture. The light within the ancestral temple was very dim. There was only a single lantern, which emitted a green glow. Pei Ziyin paced back and forth. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. He then laughed. Indeed, such a mission would appear at any time. You want revenge as well? Chapter 133. Inside an innkeeper, Mu Zhong tossed a piece of silver worth 3 taels, and the innkeeper immediately served him tea and water. He then invited him to his room. After dinner, Mu Zhong lit a candle and was deep in thought when he heard a knock on his door. Who is it? Mu Zhong was shocked. A black-robed man was standing in front of him. Mu Zhong regained his composure and looked at him carefully. This man was of average build. He bowed to Mu Zhong. To be honest, I am Qin Gao from Yong Prefecture. Young master knows that Mr. Shi is short on manpower and has sent me to assist you. Qin Gao, the leader of the White Mountain Society? The man laughed. I dare not claim to be the leader. Many years ago, I was wandering the Jianghu and had no food or clothing. Luckily, young master saved my life and gave me some money. That was how I managed to start a small business. Since young master has summoned me, I am here to listen to his orders. I have also brought you a letter of information. Mu Zhong looked at the letter and was shocked. With you around, I can achieve great things. As he spoke, he received the letter and tore it open. He couldn't help but laugh out. Indeed, there will always be conflicts. Free Cloud Sect is small indeed, but strong. Now, you're invincible. But what about your sect? Songji, I have to think a way to meet him. Mu Zhong laughed as he spoke, as if he had already thought of a plan. Dragon Tiger Temple. Although it was noon, the sky was already dark. Rain and fog filled the air. A group of people hurried towards the Dragon Tiger Temple. This was a dilapidated temple, and there were no more incense. Very few people came here, and thus it had become a meeting place. The sound of thunder rumbled across the sky as a bolt of lightning lit up the entire area. A group of people wearing straw raincoats could be seen walking through the rain. The torches were dimmed by the rain and couldn't be seen clearly. Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and a person stood in front of the temple. He was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. His face was covered with a black cloth, and his hand was resting on his sword. Seeing the bamboo hat man, the group of people stopped in their tracks. The person in the middle was wearing the same cloth and said, "Bamboo hat man, we've finally met. It's not easy. What business do you have with me?" The man in the bamboo hat said coldly, "It's not just business." Bamboo hat guessed, "I've long heard that you and the Meng and Zhang families are arch-enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we work together to deal with the Meng and Zhang families? What do you think?" The man laughed heartily. "Oh, what targets do you have?" The man in the bamboo hat asked. "Cooperate with us to capture Shun Wanlin. She is Zhang Ping's fiancée. It is said that Zhang Ping loves her very much and is about to get married soon. If we capture her, we can use her to threaten Zhang Ping. Who knows, we might even be able to ambush him in the dark. When that happens, killing him will be much easier. Even if this person has a heart of stone and cannot be threatened, we can capture this woman and play with her. We can also ruin his reputation." This person said. Hearing this, the man in the bamboo hat fell silent. After a long time, he asked, "Oh, why do you think I will go with you?" The man laughed out loud. "A man with a small heart is not a gentleman, and a great man is not ruthless. I believe that you are a smart man. You have always been against the Meng and Zhang families. I believe that you will not let go of this opportunity." His words were filled with confidence, as if he believed that the assassin in front of him would follow his orders. At this point, someone pounced in front of Liang Zihan and said, "Young master, there is killing intent. Be careful." His eyes were filled with caution. The man in the bamboo hat was not an ordinary person. When the young master wanted to form an alliance with him, nobody would have agreed to it. It was just that the young master suppressed it. "There is no need for that. I believe that you will agree to our request. What do you say?" The young master smiled and looked at the man in the bamboo hat. The Meng family's Dagger Society and the Zhang family's Fairy Gang control many businesses. As long as you help us get rid of these two families, I will give you 30% of the profits. Your words are indeed very tempting. It's just that I have other ideas. The man in the bamboo hat laughed. "Oh, what ideas? Let me hear it. Who knows? We might be able to work together." The young master's words were filled with caution. "I recognized your voice. Liang Zihan. If you were to die, who would your family suspect?" The man in the bamboo hat spoke coldly. "HM. Liang Zihan and my family have been enemies for generations. You want to use me as a fighter just because you're wearing a mask? I don't believe that you don't know who I am. Do you think I am an idiot? Or are you an idiot yourself?" His killing intent exploded as the sword light cut through the rain in the air. "Young master, be careful." The warrior held his sword and stepped forward to protect Liang Zihan. The sword light flashed, and the warrior had no time to dodge. He groaned and struck out with his sword as well. With a pu sound, the warrior's body trembled as his body went numb. The man in the bamboo hat passed by. The sword light flashed, and the warrior fell, his eyes filled with disbelief. The man in the bamboo hat stepped into the mud and splashed up as he continued to kill. "Protect the young master." Liang Zihan's guards rushed forward as the rain fell from the sky. A group of people wearing bamboo hats fought. In the sky, a clap of thunder rang out, illuminating the entire area. The man in the bamboo hat was blown up, revealing the person underneath. However, he was wearing a mask, so one could only see that he was very young. Pu, the two side swords clashed, creating sparks. In just a moment, the man in the bamboo hat broke through several people as the sword light flashed. Only one person was able to retreat. The rest of the guards spat out blood and fell to the ground. The rain splashed onto the ground and mixed with the blood. "Kill!" Liang Zihan saw this and charged forward to kill. At this time, a ray of moonlight appeared in the rain and cut through the sky. Liang Zihan was sent flying and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but could not get up. He leaned against a rock and saw a deep wound on his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. He gasped for breath and said, "Haha, I thought you would fall into the trap. I didn't expect that my family and I would be the ones to fall into the trap. I have nothing to say. I can only accept it. However, do you think that by fighting with the Meng and Zhang families in small matters and protecting them in large matters, you will earn their gratitude? Even if you cultivate the Shun family's 37 styles to the 10th level, you will still be plotted against and suffer retribution. Let's wait until that day." The man in the bamboo hat said coldly. The sword light flashed, and a human head flew off. Blood spurted out 3 feet high. "HM, you can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong person." The man in the bamboo hat took out a piece of cloth and wiped his sword gently. He then turned around and disappeared into the rain. The rain was heavy. After some time, a person walked out from behind a rock. The wind blew against his straw raincoat, causing the raindrops to drip down onto the ground. Seeing the corpses on the ground, he walked forward to examine them. These corpses were still fresh. They were all killed with a single slash. Their vitals were all cut open. What a good sword technique. The man took off his bamboo hat, and a young man appeared in front of him. It was Pei Ziyun. He then placed his finger on the wound. The wound still had a cold feeling to it. This was the will of the blade. Pei Ziyun closed his eyes as he placed his finger on the wound. A group of people rushed forward. With a flash of the blade, all of them fell to the ground. It is difficult to find a way to enter the Tao. However, martial arts techniques have been improved generation after generation. Although there are not many, it is not rare. 37 styles of blade techniques? Don't be fooled by the name. It is the ultimate technique of the Shun family. Even with my current level of sword techniques, these sword techniques are still very useful. Some of them are similar to mine. Shen Wanlin, I remember that something happened to her. Maybe I should go and take a look. Pei Ziyin thought as he used a piece of cloth to wipe the blood off his finger. He then turned around and walked away. His movements were smooth and fluid as he disappeared into the rain. The sky was drizzling. From the town god temple to the south, one could see the river rippling. The wind was blowing against the willows. Several boats were cruising in the middle of the river. Seeing that it was raining, the number of tourists started to dwindle. Occasionally, there would be a few people holding umbrellas. A young lady was leading a serving girl to hold an umbrella. She stood on a bridge and looked down. The river was slightly muddy as raindrops fell onto the surface of the water. The young lady seemed to have a lot on her mind as she remained silent for a long time. The serving girl was consoling her. At this point, a man wearing a straw raincoat walked across the bridge. He seemed to be in a hurry. He was so close to her that the young lady felt that the man in front of her was too close. He even seemed familiar. She looked up in shock and was about to speak when the man suddenly stopped and looked at her. His eyes bulged out as if he wanted to say something. However, he could only speak hoarsely and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ah!" The serving girl was shocked as she shouted out. Her eyes were filled with fear. "Miss, run away quickly." The serving girl shouted out with all her might as she stood in front of her, wanting to protect her miss. A man wearing a straw raincoat appeared. His sword was stained with blood. It was this man who had killed the passerby. When the serving girl saw this, she shouted out in shock, "Who are you? Don't kill us." "Who are you?" "I am a niece of the Meng family and the fiancée of the Zhang family." "Shen Wanlin, don't make a mistake." The young lady glared at the man and said coldly. Hearing these words, the man laughed. Both of them were astonished. "Ah!" The servant girl suddenly shrieked again. It turned out that this person had used his sword to cut open the clothes of the person on the ground, revealing his arm. His hand was still tightly gripping a dagger. The dagger was pitch black, and when the rainwater hit it, the black venom was washed away. "Miss Shun, do you understand now? I have no ill intentions towards you." The man laughed out. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Shen Wanlin then noticed the wound on the victim's arm. Her heart skipped a beat as she bowed to the man. "Miss Shun, you're too courteous. Can we move to the pavilion in front of us? I have something to tell you." The man in the straw raincoat said, "No one is going to the pavilion in front of us. Miss, you don't have to worry about ruining your reputation." Shen Wanlin frowned. She was about to get married, and it would be inappropriate for her to meet this man. However, the familiar wound on the victim's arm flashed across her mind. "Please lead the way, young master." Shen Wanlin heard the man's voice and knew that he was young. She wasn't frightened by the scene and maintained her gentleness. The serving girl beside her was terrified. She lowered her head and looked at the corpse on the ground before looking at the man in the straw raincoat. Her face was pale as she stepped forward to stop her. "Miss, this man must be trying to be a hero. Don't agree to it." The serving girl's legs were trembling. It was obvious that Miss Shun had been through a lot. When Shen Wanlin heard the serving girl's words, she hesitated before speaking out. "Young master, Xiao Lan didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart." Chapter 134. The hooded swordsman looked at the serving maid, then looked at Shen Wanlin and laughed. "I have no ill intentions. If I had, Miss would have died under my sword. Even if I don't kill you, it wouldn't be difficult to capture you. Don't you think so?" The swordsman's face was hidden under the hood, but his words were like knives cutting into her heart. Hearing this, the young lady felt a chill run down her spine. After a long time, she said, "Young master, you do not have to scare me in Shaolon. I trust you." Shen Wanlin spoke softly, but her face was pale. "Miss, this person must be—" The serving maid wanted to say more, but Shen Wanlin raised her hand to stop her. The serving maid swallowed her words. Shen Wanlin bowed. "Please lead the way, young master." Miss Shun's voice was gentle and made people feel comfortable. The swordsman couldn't help but look at her. Shen Wanlin was indeed a beauty. He replied politely, "Miss, please lead the way." As he said this, the swordsman kicked the corpse into the water. The corpse fell into the river and was stained red. "Ah!" The serving maid screamed out in fear as she followed weakly. She was afraid that the swordsman would kill her with a single strike. However, she forced herself to hold the umbrella with trembling hands. Raindrops fell from the umbrella. Shen Wanlin's face was pale as well. She gritted her teeth and walked forward. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and hesitation. The three of them walked forward, and a small pavilion appeared. There were several willow trees around it, and they could see the surroundings from afar. The swordsman stood in the middle of the pavilion, and Shen Wanlin followed behind him. When they entered the pavilion, she asked softly, "I wonder why young master has invited us here? Send your serving maid away first. I have something to tell you." The swordsman's voice was hard to understand. "No, I will not leave. I want to protect Mississippi. If I leave, what happens if you do anything to my miss?" The serving maid mustered her courage and stood in front of the swordsman. "Xiaolon grew up with me and has never left my side. She will not betray me. Just tell me what you want." Shen Wanlin frowned, as though she was disappointed. She spoke softly. "It's hard to tell what's in a man's heart. I wouldn't make such a mistake," the swordsman said coldly. Hearing these words, Shen Wanlin pondered for some time before speaking to the serving maid. "Xiaolon, go to the side and wait. I have something to say to this young master." "Young mistress." Hearing this, the maidservant stretched out her small hand and tugged at the young mistress's clothes. "Xiaolan, I'm fine. Don't worry, he won't hurt me." Shen Wanlin then whispered a few words into the serving maid's ear. The serving maid then walked off into the distance, holding an umbrella and standing in the rain. Seeing that the maid had walked far away, the swordsman casually said, "That was an assassin from the Jade Gate Association." As she spoke, she took off her bamboo hat and looked at the man. A young man of about 10 years of age appeared in front of her. It was Pei Ziyun. This young man was handsome and had a gentle demeanor, but there was something about him that made one's hair stand on end. A trace of sadness flashed through the young girl's eyes. When she heard this person tell Xiaolon to leave, she knew that it was not her big brother. Her big brother would definitely know about her relationship with Xiaolon. At that point in time, she still had a glimmer of hope. At this point, her eyes were filled with sadness. After some time, she spoke, "Are you one of my uncle's men?" "Only my uncle's or my brother's men would have such knife techniques." Although the young man used a sword, the technique he used just now was extremely beautiful. Other than her brother, only her uncle would be able to understand it. Could it be that her uncle had taught his knife techniques to an outsider? Hearing these words, Pei Ziyan laughed out. "No, it's not that. Your martial arts skills are not high, but your eyes are very sharp. Although I use a sword, I use knife techniques. Furthermore, it's the knife techniques of your Shin family. However, it wasn't your brother or your uncle who taught it to me. Instead, it was because I saw the wounds inflicted by the knife techniques and learned about 70 to 80% of it. That's not possible. Just by looking at the wounds inflicted by the knife techniques, how could he learn the knife techniques of my family?" Shen Wanlin raised her head and looked at the young man. She had a look of disbelief on her face. It was her family's knife technique. How could he learn it just by looking at it? Pei Ziyan laughed. "Have you ever heard of the saying that no matter which entrance you take, the end point is the same? Or should I say, there are many different types of people who fail, while the winners all look the same. Knife techniques, sword techniques, rod techniques, spear techniques, they're all variations of techniques and weapons. However, the principle behind killing is the same. If you understand this principle, then at least 60 to 70% of it will be the same. The rest is due to the differences in weapons and weapons. Hence, when you examine the wounds, you will be able to understand the intricacies behind it." Halfway through his sentence, he realized that the person in front of him was a young lady. It wasn't appropriate for him to converse with her. He then laughed and said, "I only managed to imitate 70 to 80% of it. I used it when I saw my enemy. I was looking for you for another reason. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Shen Wanlin's expression was one of disbelief. She thought that he was trying to reject her. Then why did you invite me here? You know of the bamboo hat assassin who often goes against the Ming and Zhang families. Pei Ziyun said. What? When a young lady heard this, her expression changed. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. I've investigated the bamboo hat assassin before. The Ming and Zhang families were his targets. However, after careful analysis, I can see that he often goes against the Ming and Zhang families, but rarely kills people. Furthermore, when it comes to matters concerning you, he is very protective of you. This afternoon, the second son of the Liang family, Liang Zihan, was killed. This was related to you. He wanted to kidnap you and cause trouble for the Meng and Zhang families. What? When Shen Wanlin heard this, she was taken aback. She then looked at Pei Ziyun warily and took a few steps back. I said that I'm not threatening you, and I'm not trying to sound you out. Isn't this bamboo hat assassin your brother, Shunjin? When you called the serving maid away, you should have already guessed what I'm going to say. Pei Ziyun said plainly. The Meng family, or Meng Luo Gong, is your and Shunjin's uncle. However, your parents died early. Hence, the Shun family's belongings gradually fell into the hands of Meng Luo Gong. Your brother and your uncle had a huge conflict. Hence, he left home a long time ago. All these years, he's made a name for himself as the bamboo hat assassin. He's also been going against the Meng and Zhang families. Whenever you're in trouble, he would do his best to protect you. Hence, he's only acting against you on the surface, but helping you is the real deal. Especially the Zhang family, your future husband's family. Recently, the bamboo hat assassin has killed several highly skilled fighters. Some of them were from the Zhang family and were a threat to your future husband, Zhang Ping. Some of them were enemies of the Zhang family. All of these were done to pave the way for Zhang Ping. But what does he have to do with Zhang Ping? It's all because of you. Many things are shrouded in mist, making it hard for people to see clearly. But as long as we peel away the layers, won't everything become clear? What do you think? Miss Shun. Hearing these words, Shen Wanlin's face turned pale. She took several steps back and looked at Pei Ziyun. It was as if her heart had been broken. You're not my uncle's man, and neither are you my brother's man. Shen Wanlin trembled as she spoke. At this point, Pei Ziyun laughed. I'm just an outsider. I just want to help you and your brother. Shen Wanlin took a step back and didn't speak. You don't believe me? Seeing Shen Wanlin's expression, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. Why do you want to help me and my brother? Shen Wanlin looked at Pei Ziyun as she clutched her handkerchief tightly. She was starting to regret following this man here. Your brother and I have a common enemy. You don't have to worry about me plotting against you and your brother. I don't have such intentions. It's just that I've heard some interesting things, and I think we can become friends. Hence, I decided to help you. When you see your brother again, you can mention my name to him. Pei Ziyun saw that her face was filled with wariness and smiled. When Shen Wanlin heard this, she fell silent. Pei Ziyun didn't rush her and said, That's all for today. I've heard that you're getting married soon. Congratulations, but don't come out alone. Now, your uncle, your future husband, and your brother have many enemies. Not everyone will be as lucky as today. On the day of your wedding, I will be there personally to deliver a congratulatory gift. Goodbye. Pei Ziyun finished speaking and turned to leave. Shen Wanlin watched as Pei Ziyun disappeared into the rain and hurriedly shouted, Who are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is that we will meet again. Oh yes, let me ask you a painful question. If your brother and your future husband were to have a conflict, where would you stand? After throwing out this question, Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate any longer and disappeared into the distance. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had indeed disappeared into the rain, the serving maid Xiao Lan ran over and stood in front of Shen Wanlin. Miss, that man just now was really strange. He didn't do anything to you, right? It's nothing. Maybe he was sent by my brother. He only said a few words before he left. Shen Wanlin had a bad premonition and forced a smile as she spoke. Hearing these words, The serving maid Xiao Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Miss, you're lucky that young master sent someone. Miss, next time, don't come out alone. You scare me to death. At least ask young Master Zhang to arrange a few guards for you. Okay, Xiaolan, let's go back. Don't tell anyone else about this. If not, the next time you come out, it'll be troublesome. Shen Wanlin said. Hearing her miss words, the serving maid Xiaolan hurriedly replied, Miss, let's go back. Pei Ziyin stared at the rain as he paced back and forth, deep in thought. Meng Luogong was one of Xie Changdong's men. However, there were rumors that Meng Luogong had died at the hands of his nephew, Shun Jun. When the original owner was imprisoned, he had heard some news about Shun Jun. It was said that Shun Jun had caused Xie Changdong to suffer great losses and was merciless towards him. Treasures move people's hearts. Xie Changdong might not be interested in the 8 Steps of Clarity manual, but to Meng Luogong, it's the key to entering the Tao. The 8 Steps of Clarity manual has always been a secret art of the Shun family. Not only did Meng Luogong learn the martial arts of the Shen family, he also inherited the power of the Shun family. He even wanted to steal the manual. It's been said that Meng Luogong was somehow involved in the death of Shun Jin's parents. Because of this, Shun Jun escaped with the manual a long time ago. Meng Luogong treated his niece very well. This time, she got married because she wanted to lure Shun Jin out and steal the manual. According to the original owner's memories, although Shun Jun didn't die, he suffered a great loss. As for me, I didn't have any other thoughts. I just wanted to help Shun Jun and leave him intact to deal with Xie Changdong. After that, I would kill Meng Luogong and his henchmen. A drop of rain fell from the leaves on the opposite side of the pond as it hit the surface of the water, causing ripples to form. Chapter 135. Zhang Mansion. Pei Ziyin looked around. It was almost autumn, and he noticed that the walls of the Zhang Mansion were made of green bricks. Inside, there were many flowers and trees. Although it was just a commoner's house, it was a magnificent sight to behold. Today was the day of Shun Wanlin and Zhang Ping's wedding. Red lanterns were hung at the entrance, and the entire place was bustling with activity. Carriages filled the streets. Those with high status drove their carriages in, while those with low status alighted from their carriages. Inside, there were more than 10 people welcoming the guests. A member of the Zhang family was welcoming the guests. However, this person was welcoming the guests with invitations. They were people of high status and had connections with the Zhang family and were seated at the VIP seats. Other than these, there were also guests who came along for the wedding. As long as they paid a single copper coin, they could enter the mansion and enjoy the banquet. There were only 4 dishes on the table, and the guests could eat as they pleased. Of course, nobody would be so rude. Pei Ziyin stepped forward and handed over the gift box as well as the money. The receptionist looked at him and saw that the gift box was filled with 5 taels of silver and 10 taels of silver in cash. He then smiled and said, "Young master, please enter." A servant led Pei Ziyin inside. The scenery inside changed once again. There were rows upon rows of houses, with locust trees, elms, willows, and poplars planted all around. It was a grand sight. Ancient mansions were separated into 2 layers. Some of the more elaborate ones even had 3 layers. Pei Ziyin watched as the servant led him to a reed shed. He then laughed to himself. Now that I've brought the money, I can finally get close to the banquet. It was very lively at this point. Everywhere was a sign of happiness. The servants were all dressed in red, and it was a festive occasion. As soon as they sat down, the servant excused himself and left. Soon after, a serving maid served tea. There were dried longans, red dates, peanuts, and melon seeds on the table. Pei Ziyin picked up some melon seeds and looked around. The servants were all smiling as they welcomed the guests in. Everyone was talking about Shun Wanlin's wedding. Say, this Shun Wanlin is really lucky. Her uncle is from the Meng family, and her husband is from the Zhang family. I've heard that Zhang Ping loves her very much. You don't know this, but Shun Wanlin is the daughter of the Shun family. It's just that both her parents have passed away and her uncle inherited the family business. Her only brother is nowhere to be found. It's good that she marries out. If she marries out, the Shun family will fall into the hands of the Meng family. One of the men who knew some inside information had a sarcastic look on his face, as if he had a grudge against the Meng family. A middle-aged man beside him had an anxious look on his face as he pulled him back and bowed. "My apologies. My friend was drunk and spoke carelessly. Please forgive him." Hearing the conversation around him, Pei Ziyun did not seem to mind at all. He then looked at the thinnest banquet in the distance. There were the most people there. Shun Wanlin's brother, Shun Jun, was probably among the crowd. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across the crowd and saw many people with cold expressions on their faces. It seemed like many people were here to watch the fight. He then thought to himself, the waters are getting muddier and muddier. It was said that even in a world without martial arts, there would still be gangs. In a world with martial arts, even the government would find it difficult to completely eliminate the people of Jianghu who possess such power. Therefore, all kinds of gangs were formed, and they had all kinds of sources of income. In fact, for thousands of years, the Jianghu had become fixed, forming a kind of ecology. Just like how Pei Ziyun's Slow River County had the Black Wind Bandits, there were more than 10 powers that had formed in this county, controlling the underworld businesses. Under normal circumstances, when the dynasty was founded, it would clear out the underworld. After that, the underworld would start to flourish once more. Don't expect these people of Jianghu to have good foresight. Now that they were fighting amongst themselves, how many of these cold-looking men were actually spies from other gangs? Pei Ziyun looked around, but did not see the bamboo hat assassin. Pei Ziyun smiled. He knew that Shun Jun would definitely come. After his parents passed away, he loved his sister dearly. Today was his sister's wedding day, and he would definitely come. It was just that because of the grudge between them, he had hidden himself well, and Pei Ziyun could not find him. The problem was that Shun Jun did not know how ruthless his uncle was. This was a trap. In the memories of his previous life, this was the time when they broke up. "The bride is here." A high-pitched female voice broke the commotion. The originally lively crowd quietened down for a moment, following which the people outside the banquet hall all rushed forward to watch the wedding. A matchmaker was at the door. She was the one who had shouted earlier. Seeing the crowd rush forward, the servants of the Zhang mansion all used their bodies to make way for the crowd. As the crowd squeezed, some children squeezed out from under the servants and squeezed outside to watch the wedding. At this point, the sounds of music could be heard. The sound of trumpets and bamboo flutes could be heard, and firecrackers could be heard. The wedding procession stopped at the door. The bridegroom, with a large red flower, jumped down from his horse. A madam stepped forward to open the red curtains of the sedan. The bridesmaids helped the bride down from the sedan. At this point, a serving maid carried a porcelain vase and handed it to the bride. The bride took the vase and held it in her arms. Inside the vase were grains in gold and silver. This signified that after the wedding, they would have a bountiful harvest. The bridesmaids and the madam supported the bride as she walked. Another 2 servants laid a red carpet in front of the bride so that her feet would not touch the ground. She then straddled the saddle of the horse and walked past the brazier. This way, she would be able to get rid of bad luck before she could enter the mansion, after which she would be welcomed into the inner courtyard. She would then have to pay her respects to her parents in the heavens. The bridegroom held a red caltrip in front of him, while the bride held onto the end of the caltrip. At this point, a man rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "Shen Wanlin, how could you marry Zhang Ping? Do you still remember our vows of eternal love?" This was a clean and fair-looking man. He stood in front of the bride and groom who were about to enter the house and shouted loudly. "What?" Everyone present gasped in shock. "Hey, Shen Wan is really something. She hasn't even married into the Zhang family, and she's already made a cuckold out of the Zhang family. The bridegroom's red wedding hat. Why does it feel like it's green?" Some people didn't seem to care about the situation and started discussing loudly. The bridegroom was overjoyed. When he saw this, he heard the discussions around him. His expression changed, and his face flushed red. You. He then shouted, "Who are you? If you dare to spout nonsense, don't even think of leaving today." Hearing these words, the man's expression changed. He then laughed coldly. "It was this woman who betrayed me first. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." The man said as he raised a silver hairpin and a book of poems. He then said loudly, "You should be familiar with this hairpin and the book of poems. These are the tokens of love between me and her." As he said this, he stepped forward and looked at the bride, Shun Wanlin. He then shouted loudly, "Do you still remember when we parted at the Cold Light Temple? You promised to marry me. But why did you change your mind so suddenly? How can you live up to our promise? Do you still remember that night when we were together? Enough, you adulterous couple." Zhang Ping looked at the silver hairpin and his face turned ashen. His breathing quickened and his neck turned red. He then raised his hand and slapped the bride. "Pa!" The bride who was supporting the bride fell to the ground. The bridesmaids who were supporting the bride retracted their hands as though they had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Their faces were filled with disdain. The bride had been slapped, and her face was red and swollen. However, she did not remove her scarf. Instead, she crawled forward and cried out. Everything he said was a lie. "I've never seen this man before, and I've never gone to the Cold Light Temple for a date." Hearing these words, the man threw his head back and laughed out loud. He then took a few steps back and said angrily, "Now that you've married into the Zhang family and have wealth and splendor, you don't want to have anything to do with me. Do you still remember your favorite poem? Do you want me to recite it?" Hearing these words, Zhang Ping's eyes turned red. Shen Wanlin loved poems the most. He then shouted out in anger, "You bitch, I've loved you so much." Shen Wanlin cried out loudly, "I didn't. Zhang Ping, you have to believe me. I'm innocent. I was framed." The man stepped forward. "Come with me. Your fiancé doesn't even love you. I love you." He then pulled Shen Wanlin away. The commotion caused the elders who were waiting for the bride and groom to come out. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man, dressed in a gray robe. It was Meng Luo Gong. When he saw the commotion, his expression changed. "You? How are you?" Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Men, beat this pair of cheating bitches to death." AI. He then heard the old man beside him sigh. "It's a pity that the Shun family has been passed down for 3 generations. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to this generation?" Although he was sighing, it was the Shun family and the Zhang family who were sighing. Nobody sympathized with the couple. At this point, more than 10 burly men rushed out, all of them wielding sticks as thick as their arms. They rushed forward to beat up the bride and the man who had barged in, killing them on the spot. AI. A loud sigh could be heard as a shadow emerged from the crowd. When everyone looked over, they saw that it was an unfamiliar man with a large beard. They didn't recognize him. The man stepped forward to support the bride. "Sister, are you all right?" "Brother, of course I'm all right." The sweet voice of a woman rang out as a dagger pierced toward Shinjun. Although Shinjun wasn't prepared for it, the moment the dagger appeared, he instinctively dodged it. Pooh! The dagger pierced through his shoulder. The woman pulled out her dagger and stabbed him again. Shinjun groaned and took several steps back. He was panting, his face contorted in pain. "Brother, how's my dagger technique?" The woman smiled as she asked. "Ah!" Shunjin screamed out as he struck out with his palm. "Pa!" The bride's red veil flew off, revealing a woman. It wasn't Shen Wanlin. At this point, the woman held a dagger in her hands. There was blood dripping from the dagger, and the blood had turned green. Good plan. Shinjun's eyes were bloodshot as he pulled out his dagger from his waist. At this point, more than 20 men rushed out from the crowd and formed a formation. They didn't attack, but instead stopped. Their eyes gleamed as they raised their right arms. At that point, the entire courtyard was filled with a cold light. Murder! In that instant, the crowd was in chaos as everyone started to run for their lives. "Everyone, don't look. Get out." Even though there were a few people who dared to watch the commotion, they felt that someone was chasing them away. Unknowingly, a bailiff appeared and shouted at the crowd, "Everyone disperse. The officials are arresting the bandits. Anyone who obstructs us will be dealt with according to the law." "Who are you?" "Really?" One of the people who was being shoved was extremely unhappy. When he turned around and saw that it was the bailiff, he was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly retreated. The servants who were originally blocking the way pushed the crowd away. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the crowd had dispersed. Chapter 136. This knife is poisoned. Shunjun's expression changed. "That's right. It's to chase people away and also to poison you." The lady laughed coldly and clapped her hands lightly. At that point, the group of 20 men shouted and charged towards Shunjun. "Bastard, how dare you spread my family's knife techniques?" The moment the knife flashed, Shunjun's expression changed. With a loud shout, he did not retaliate. The knife flashed again, and another knife flashed, followed by a third. With a loud sound, the 3 men were separated. Blood rained down from the sky. The second wave of people could not react in time, and could only watch helplessly as the 3 men were killed. After killing 3 men, Shunjun's face was covered with a layer of gray mist. He then turned around to escape. "Arrest the murderer!" At this point, several bailiffs dashed forward. Shunjun raised his blade and charged towards Meng Luo Gong. Meng Luo Gong waved his hands, and the rest of the men formed a defensive formation. At this point, a scream could be heard as several martial artists rushed out from the crowd. All of them had their faces covered. The servants who were originally pushing the banquet had their throats cut open, and fresh blood spurted out. The already chaotic crowd became even more chaotic, and no one dared to watch any longer. The banquet table was empty. Pei Ziyun retrieved a pair of chopsticks and a flask of wine. He was drinking wine and eating meat, his eyes sweeping across the crowd of onlookers. The performance just now was over the top and exaggerated. It's a pity Shunjun did not see through it. But this Zhang Ping is a ruthless person. He actually wore a green hat to complement his acting. Even if it was fake, it would not be good if word got out. Pei Ziyin did not feel any pain at all. He took out a piece of beef and started eating slowly. The taste was not bad at all. The people who were running away looked at the young man eating and thought to themselves, "Who is this? Does he not want to live anymore? He's still eating? Does he want his head?" Pei Ziyin wiped his mouth and tossed the flask of wine aside. He then blended into the crowd and chased after them. When he turned back to look, he saw that there were already more than 10 people lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. The chaotic crowd was trampling over them. Even if they were still alive, they would have been trampled to death on the spot. More than 10 people were rushing towards Shunjun. Shunjun had been poisoned. "You won't be able to escape." The group of people shouted. Meng Luo Gong followed behind and commanded, "Kill them all." "Young master, you go first." Someone shouted and stopped. Shunjun turned back to look, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran away. These people counterattacked and blocked in front of the tens of people. Saber lights flashed, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Before long, the figures were separated and a few people fell to the ground. Shunjun had already escaped. There was a horse by the side of the road. He sliced off the reins of the horse and grabbed hold of the reins before leaping onto the horse. "Jia, Jia!" Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Seeing that everyone had left, he turned around and entered Zhang Mansion without making a sound. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed him. Pei Ziyin seemed to know the way as he ran towards the west side. There was a small building with a huge red watermelon lantern hanging from it. He jumped up the building and saw a woman guarding it. Pei Ziyin walked up to her, and before she could even scream, he tapped her and she fainted. When he opened the door, he saw a young lady lying on the bed, unconscious. It was Shun Wanlin. "Knockout powder?" Pei Ziyin examined her and understood immediately. He had no antidote, but he did not hesitate. A white light appeared in his hands, and she woke up. "Boo!" Shun Wanlin woke up and immediately looked for her saber. At this critical juncture, she finally saw her true colors. Pei Ziyan laughed as he looked at her and did nothing to stop her. Shen Wanlin's hand froze in midair. After some time, she asked, "Where am I now?" "Zhang Mansion." Pei Ziyan replied plainly. "Your uncle sent you here after you were bewitched. But something interesting happened outside." As he spoke, he told her everything that had happened outside. The more he spoke, the paler Shen Wanlin's face became. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. "I believe you understand now. Zhang Ping cooperated with your uncle to put on a show to kill your brother. What does he think of you? Wearing a green hat isn't a personal matter. It's a family matter. But your uncle sent you here. Looks like Zhang Ping is still infatuated with you, even if it's just your body. In a few days, you'll definitely die. Don't speak anymore." Shen Wanlin cried out softly, her entire body trembling. She was an intelligent girl and understood that after this incident, no one would allow her to stay in the Zhang family. If she had stayed at her uncle's house, she might have had a chance to live. But if she was drugged and sent to the Zhang family, there would only be one outcome. She sobbed softly, You are so heartless." She wasn't sure if she was referring to Pei Ziyun, Zhang Ping, or her uncle. She didn't cry for long before wiping her tears away. She then stood up and bowed. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Please save my brother as well." "Sure." Pei Ziyun's smile did not waver. He reached out a hand to help her up, and the both of them leapt out of the building. Dragon Tiger Temple Shinjun held onto his saber, panting heavily as he stabbed it into the ground. Dozens of people surrounded him. Meng Luo Gong stood in front of him, looking down coldly. "Honestly, even though I have learned the secret arts of your Shun family, if I were to fight you alone, I would only have a 30% chance of winning." Shinjun laughed bitterly. "So? You used my sister as bait to lure me out. But have you ever thought about this? How will Wan Xiao ever get married again?" Meng Luo Gong replied coldly. "To achieve great things, one should not be bothered by trifles. What's the point of sacrificing a niece? Shunjun, hand over the 8 treasures manual, and I might spare your life." Shunjun asked, "Why are you doing this?" "Uncle, you're my uncle. All these years, have I done anything wrong to you? At that time, my father passed the Shun family's martial arts to you. Why do you still force me?" "Haha, Shunjun, do you know that your father taught me the secret arts, but refused to teach me the method to enter the Tao? All these years, every time I think about how I cannot enter the Tao, I feel as though my heart is being stabbed by a knife. I wish I could kill your entire family to appease my hatred." Meng Luo Gong slammed his whip on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. "Have you forgotten how my father took care of you all those years ago? This is the secret of the Shun family. Even if my father didn't teach you the method to enter the Tao, do you think that's a reason for you to kill someone and steal the incantation?" Shinjun's face was filled with disbelief. "So what if he took care of me? Refusing to teach me the incantation was a huge mistake. If young master hadn't pointed it out, I would have been tricked by you." Meng Luo Gong said coldly, "Come on, hand over the 8 treasures manual." As black blood flowed, Shunjun's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. "Pei, even if I die, I will not hand over the manual to you." "Oh, you really won't hand it over? Think about your sister. If you don't hand it over, your sister will not be able to live." "Huh?" Meng Luo Gong laughed out. "You." Shinjun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as his body slumped to the ground. The wound that he had sealed with his internal energy had split open again. Seeing Shinjun in such a state, Meng Luo Gong's lips curled up in a smile. "That's right. That year, I accidentally killed your father. That year, I knew that there was a higher level incantation to enter the Tao. I've been thinking about it day and night, wanting to get my hands on it. However, your father was a stubborn man and refused to tell me. I drugged your father unconscious and sliced him up 71 times. It's just that. Why did you suddenly run away that year?" Meng Luo Gong was talking to himself, as though he did not see Shanjun spitting out blood. "That year you ran away, and I tried so hard to find you. I was filled with regret. However, You and your sister were very close, and I could only place my hopes on my niece. After raising you for so many years, I finally waited for you to return. This time, besides seeing your sister for the last time, you even brought along the 8 Treasures manual to give to her. Hand over the incantation, and I can still spare your life. Meng Luo Gong's face was filled with a smile as he looked coldly at Shun Jun. Shun Jun's face flushed red as blood dripped down from the corners of his mouth. Capture him alive. He's already been poisoned and has run for such a long distance. His powers should be no more than 30%. This is the best time to capture him. Go. Meng Luo Gong could see that Shun Jun's anger had reached its peak. The poison, his wounds, his breathing, and his condition was extremely weak. Meng Luo Gong's words had not gone to waste. Kill. Following Meng Luo Gong's words, more than 10 men charged forward. Kill. Shun Jun's blade flashed, and a man's neck was sliced open. However, Shun Jun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he clutched his mouth. He felt a gust of wind behind him and rolled away to avoid it. He then saw a man attempting to use a chain to wrap around Shun Jun's neck. Shun Jun flipped his blade around and pulled it out, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. He then turned around and ran back into the dilapidated temple. Meng Luo Gong looked at Shun Jun and laughed out loud. Shun Jun, how are you going to escape? You're injured, and I have more than 10 men with me. Do you think you can escape? Hand over the manual, and your sister will have a good life in the future. If not, even if I hand over the manual, you won't let me and my sister live. You're the type of person who only knows how to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. I only hate myself for not listening to the old housekeeper. Shun Jun said, his eyes were bloodshot. You forced me. If you don't die, my sister will never have a day of peace. 8 Purities Killer Manual. Shun Jun closed his eyes as he spoke coldly. His pale face was no longer pale and was replaced with a rosy glow. No, Meng Luo Gong exclaimed in shock. His face was somber, sacrificing one's own life force and potential. I didn't expect you to have mastered it. But so what if you have the 8 Purities Killer Manual? We have more than 10 men. When you were at your peak, I was afraid of you. But now, how many of us can you kill? Kill him. There's no need to hold back. Since he's using this technique, it means that he wants to fight us to the death. We can't hold him back, so we have to kill him. Although this was what he said, Meng Luo Gong's face was somber. He had made a decision. Although this man's martial arts were only at 30%, using this technique would increase his martial arts by 3 times. This meant that he was almost at his peak. This level of martial arts was enough to threaten him. At this point, they heard clap, clap. Clap, clap. What good plan. Good martial arts. Good decisiveness. But young Master Shun, why'd I have to do this? Things haven't come to this. Who's that? Shun Jun and Meng Luo Gong were shocked. They looked up, only to see a young man walking out from behind the wall. Chapter 137. Who are you? Meng Luo Gong saw that the pearl of wisdom was within his grasp, and yet someone dared to barge in with such disdain. This infuriated him. This person was none other than Pei Ziyan. Shen Wanlin followed behind him quietly. Her robes were simple, and her sleeves were stained with dirt. Tears could be seen on her face. Pei Ziyan glanced at her. Brother Shun, you can stop using your killer technique. Leave this to me. He was here to save Shun Jun, to prevent him from overexerting his potential. It didn't matter if they were allies or not. As long as Shun Jun survived, he would face off against Xie Chengdong. Hearing these words, even Pei Ziyan couldn't help but feel disdain towards Meng Luo Gong. In order to curry favor with Meng Luo Gong had forced his own sister to marry into the Shun family. He stole his martial arts skills and family business, killed Shun Jun's father, and caused his mother to die of depression. Lastly, he even used Shun Wanlin as bait to ambush him. He didn't even consider that Shun Wanlin would never be able to marry again. No wonder Shun Jun hated Meng Luo Gong to the core. At that time, He was in dire straits. He had used his killer technique to kill his way out. However, after using this technique, his potential was depleted. Even if he had the map, he wouldn't be able to advance to the next level. It was said that this person managed to find a pill left behind by a master alchemist and managed to enter the gates of heaven. However, he was stuck there for the rest of his life. After that, Shunjun killed Meng Luo Gong. We found out that it had something to do with young Master Xie. He was filled with hatred and made an enemy out of him. Even though he was filled with hatred and anger, he could only die under the hands of Xie Chengdong. Little sister. Seeing this, Shunjun's ruddy complexion faded and immediately turned snow white. He couldn't help but cough. At this point, Shun Wanlin took a step forward. She had a pained look on her face as she asked, "Uncle, did you really kill my father?" Shun Wanlin's eyes were filled with pain and anticipation. Honestly speaking, Meng Luo Gong had treated her well all these years. Meng Luo Gong looked at her. His face was gentle as he spoke slowly. "Didn't you hear everything just now? Uncle you." When Shen Wanlin heard her uncle admit to it, she couldn't breathe. She placed her hand on her chest, as she was infuriated by his words. "Little sister." Shenjin stepped forward and supported his sister. He looked at Meng Luo Gong and gritted his teeth. He stared at Meng Luo Gong hatefully. "Sister, I'm afraid that's not all. To use a substitute to ambush us at your wedding, and to surround and kill us, it's impossible that Zhang Ping wasn't involved in this. Furthermore, such a despicable act was used to lure me out. Not only did he want to destroy me, he wanted to destroy you as well. He wanted to destroy the reputation of our Shun family. The Shun family has been in charge of the Dagger Society for 3 generations. Although this scoundrel has usurped the power, he does not have a legitimate reason to do so, so he thought of such a vicious move. No, impossible. Shen Wanlin hadn't thought of this. She still had some fantasies in her heart, but now that they had been exposed, her face turned pale without a trace of blood. "Uncle, are you really that cruel?" Meng Luo Gong was perspiring profusely, as a killing intent emanated from him. "AI, if your brother were to let me kill him obediently, things like this would never happen again. Some people still miss the young chieftain. I've tried to purge him several times, but there are always some unfilial sons. Uncle has no choice. What happened today has nothing to do with you. Zhang Ping still likes you. Although you can't become his wife, you can still be his concubine." Shen Wanlin closed her eyes in agony and didn't speak anymore. A real man should not be bothered with trifles. "Shenjun, hand over the map of 8 points of clarity, and I can give you a quick death." Meng Luo Gong looked at Shenjun's face, which was getting paler and paler. He then laughed coldly. "This dagger has been tainted with the 1,000 silk lure. You've been poisoned for so long. Even if you use your martial arts to suppress the poison, how long can you hold it back?" "Ha!" Pei Ziyin laughed out. "My friend, this matter concerns the Shun family and has nothing to do with you. You'd better step aside, or next year, today will be the day of your death." Meng Luo Gong said coldly. At this point, he didn't know what was going on and thus didn't rush forward to kill Pei Ziyin. "Meng Luo Gong, everyone says that you're a cautious person. Looks like they're right. Even though you have the advantage in numbers, you still use words to delay Shenzhen. At this point, Shenzhen can still use the 8 purities sacrificial incantation. The more time you delay, the more blood will flow, and the deeper the poison will be. As for me, I don't know what's going on, and thus didn't rush forward to kill you. However, I've used every trick in the book, and will only harm your life." "You." Meng Luo Gong was infuriated and raised a finger to say something. Pei Ziyin didn't want to speak any further. He pulled out his sword and pointed, blinding light technique. Pung! A bright light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. In that instant, everyone who wasn't prepared for the attack was blinded and felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Pei Ziyin made his move, using all his strength. His sword flashed, and the sound of the sword piercing through the air could be heard. The 3 people who were near him had their throats pierced by the sword and fell to the ground. In that split second, The last remaining person was a swordsman who was struggling with life and death. Although his eyes were tearing up and his vision was blurry, he still attacked with all his might. He didn't defend himself and swore to kill his way out. Wherever the sword flashed, the sound of cloth being torn apart could be heard. Pei Ziyin didn't advance, but retreated instead. His sword flashed once again. This time, he couldn't maintain the elegance of the previous 3 swordsmen. Instead, he attacked with the fastest, most accurate, and most deadly speed. Pooh! The sword was even faster than the sword flashed, as it pierced through the man's abdomen. Pei Ziyin pulled out his sword, and blood spurted out like a bucket of water. Seeing this, his expression didn't change, and he dodged to the side. He blocked the sword coming from his left and turned his body around. Pooh! Another swordsman's arm flew off. His 5 fingers were still holding onto his sword as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shenzhen looked at the sword technique, and his expression changed. Sister, you've taught him the Shun family's 37 techniques? Although Pei Ziyin was using a sword and had many variations to it, Shenzhen was the heir to the Shun family and was extremely familiar with it. He could tell that although Pei Ziyin was using a sword, he was using the 37 techniques of the Shun family. From the looks of it, Pei Ziyin had already reached the 7th level. He said it wasn't. He said that he could learn it just by looking at his wound. As Shan Wanlin spoke, she explained everything in detail, not bothering to mention the siblings. After a few breaths of time, everyone had regained their composure. You even know Dao arts? Which sect are you from? I am Black Altar Sect's young master, Xie's disciple. Meng Luo Gong shouted out loudly in anger. As the light faded, everyone regained their vision. Several swordsmen were clutching their throats as they rolled on the ground. Even if they didn't die immediately, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Dao arts have suppressed this world. Indeed, they live up to their name. These people are all swordsmen who have been through the martial world for a long time. In terms of formations, they can't be compared to an army. But in terms of fighting alone, their exquisite sword techniques and agility are far above the rest. However, under such an insignificant Dao art, they couldn't even defend themselves. In the blink of an eye, I killed 5 of them. Just as he was thinking about this, the few swordsmen who were rolling on the ground struggled for a moment before they stopped moving. At this point, Pei Ziyin made use of this moment to regain his breath. He laughed coldly as he raised his sword and charged forward once more. Set up a formation, use the iron chains, and attack from afar. This man's sword techniques are extraordinary, and he knows Dao arts as well. Set up a formation to reduce your losses. Meng Luo Gong waved his hands as the swordsman grabbed the iron chains and charged forward. Quicksand, Pei Ziyin pointed out, as several people in the corner stepped forward. Meng Luo Gong shouted out in anger and charged forward. However, Pei Ziyin was even faster. His body transformed into a ray of light as he charged forward. His speed was so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to follow him. The distance between them was only a few meters, and there was no chance for him to dodge. His sword flashed, and 3 heads flew off. Pooh! Meng Luo Gong flipped over and landed on the ground. He used his left hand to cover his body, as blood seeped out from between his fingers. The wound wasn't big, and the amount of blood that flowed out wasn't much. However, this meant that during the attack just now, he had been injured. His expression changed. Sister, what you said was right. He didn't learn the Shun family's 37 techniques according to the manual. Instead, he learned it during the battle. The sword technique just now had the profound meaning of my family, and yet it produced a terrifying transformation. Also, young Master Xie from Black Altar Sect, did you instruct Uncle to do this? Shenzhen's expression changed. His uncle's transformation had caused him to feel extremely pained. However, whenever there was a chance, he would always push the blame onto an outsider. It wasn't that his uncle was originally bad, but that he had been led astray. Kill! A loud cry rang out. Although it was raining, there was still some light. At this point, the wind started to blow, and a cloud of dust billowed out. Black chi surged out, and it became so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The darkness only lasted for a second before the starlight shone down. Another 3 corpses fell to the ground. There were still 20 other swordsmen around, and they all had looks of fear on their faces. Someone even screamed out, "Demonic arts!" You're all experienced in the martial world. Haven't you heard Dao arts? Meng Luo Gong cleared his throat. Get close to him. This man is using Dao arts. Get close to him. Dao arts require time to be cast. Also, Dao arts consume a lot of energy. Let's see how many times he can cast it. Kill. The swordsmen around had unsightly looks on their faces. Such an attack was beyond their comprehension. Hearing Meng Luo Gong's words, these swordsmen were after all experienced in the martial world. They looked at each other before pouncing forward. That's how Dao arts are. But do you think that's all I have? Pei Ziyun screamed out as his sword glowed. Dao arts, sword manipulation. Pooh! The sword and the knife clashed, and the swordsmen felt a strange force coming from their knives. In the past, this technique would cause their knives to fly out of their hands. However, this time, although the force was as thin as a strand of hair, it passed through their knives and exploded within their bodies. Before they could even scream, the sword had already pierced through their bodies. The swordsmen stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide open as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Entangle this man. Meng Luo Gong did not advance, but instead retreated towards Shun Wanlin. Anyone who saw this would know that he wanted to capture his own niece and use her as a hostage. Despicable. Meng Luo Gong had just neared when Shun Jun stepped forward to protect his sister. However, the moment he took a deep breath, he started coughing violently. At this point, a bright flash of a knife flashed past. The 2 knives clashed, and Meng Luo Gong retreated several steps. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "You! How do you know the Shun family's knife techniques? I am the young mistress of the Shun family. How can I not know this knife technique? Uncle, what do you think of my knife techniques?" Shun Wanlin looked extremely beautiful as she slashed out with her knife. Shun Wanlin spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell backwards. At this point, Meng Luo Gong took a step back as well. His face was pale and red. He looked at Shun Wanlin and scolded, "You bitch. You've broken the family's rule of passing down only to sons and not daughters. You've secretly learnt knife techniques and even became so strange. Luckily, you didn't inherit the 8 steps of clarity. If not, I would have failed miserably today. I thought I was scheming, but I didn't expect you to be so scheming as well. My niece, you deserve to die. Today, I shall uphold the family's rules and kill you, a traitor who broke the family's rules." Chapter 138. Hearing Meng Luo Gong's righteous words, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, since ancient times, all heroes have been righteous and righteous. Only bandits and thieves would call themselves villains. Cough, cough. At this point, Shun Wanlin stood up. "Uncle, you've raised me for so many years. I was worried about the fate of my parents, and thus secretly learned some blade techniques to protect myself. I didn't expect to use it today. Go and die." At this point, from afar, a man waved his arm, and a series of hidden weapons shot out. Pei Ziyun dove downwards and transformed into a blinding flash of light. All the hidden weapons missed their mark, and a sharp glint flashed through the air. His right arm was sliced off, and a sha sound was heard as his neck was sliced off. His silhouette flickered, and it was hard to tell who he was. The sound of metal clashing against metal was deafening. The light of the blade and sword receded, and the shadows separated. 6 corpses lay on the ground. One of them had been pierced through the side of his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun gasped for breath as he looked down. He saw a 2-inch-long gash on his left arm. If this blade had been half an inch lower. Pei Ziyun took a few steps forward and retreated a few steps. His face was filled with fear. "Meng Luo Gong, today shall be the day you die." Shen Wanlin had managed to block Pei Ziyun's attack, and he had already killed his way through the crowd. He walked forward slowly, his sword gleaming with a terrifying light. Is this the primordial spirit, sword manipulation? Shen Jun took the opportunity to swallow a few more pills, and his complexion looked better. He thought to himself as he watched the scene unfold before him. This was the Shun family's most powerful technique. Shen Jun had thought that he would be invincible under the heavens. However, after hearing their conversation, he realized that this was just a Dao technique and didn't seem to be that rare. He gripped his blade tightly. Who are you? I don't feel any hatred towards you. Why do you want to be my enemy? Meng Luo Gong asked. His face was filled with fear. This person's martial arts skills were far above his own. Pooh! Pei Ziyun didn't say a single word. He only swung his sword once. Meng Luo Gong looked at this familiar move and followed it up with the same blade. Sword and blade. The two of them collided in a similar arc. Meng Luo Gong retreated a few steps as a lock of hair fell to the ground. He was just a hair away from being decapitated. Meng Luo Gong's face turned green as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Luo Gong felt a sense of familiarity, as a sense of fear welled up in his heart. It had been a long time since he had felt such fear. 20 years ago, he had been injured and was on the verge of death. Meng Luo Gong hid his head and tail, not daring to show his face. He struggled to recover. After that, he painstakingly sent his sister to the Shun family. Now he tasted this long-lost fear again. His old and new wounds started to hurt at the same time. This pain was the most unbearable taste. He hissed, "What Taoist magic is this? This isn't a Tao art. It's the 9th and 10th level, hardness and gentleness. It looks like Xie Chengdong didn't teach you anything." Pei Ziyun was about to pounce forward when several bladesmen pounced on him. Kill. After consuming the pill, Shen Jun, who had been gasping for breath, pounced forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a flash of his blade, someone screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground. "All of you block him for me," Meng Luo Gong shouted out loudly. He didn't know where this disciple had come from, but he had no chance of winning. The only thing he could do was to escape and think of a way to get help from his young master. Thinking about this, Meng Luo Gong dashed out of the temple. Pei Ziyun charged forward, as Shun Jun clutched his wound and charged forward. Shen Wanlin let out a cry, and Shun Jun turned around to look. Shen Wanlin's eyes were filled with hatred, as she gripped her blade and charged forward. Several people charged forward at an extremely fast speed, as their blades gleamed dangerously. These bladesmen seemed to have traces of the Shun family's bladesmanship, just that they didn't have the essence of it. To outsiders, these bladesmen were extremely ferocious. However, to those who were proficient in the Shun family's bladesmanship, they were full of flaws. Wherever the blade flashed, blood would spurt everywhere. Following the blood, there would be all sorts of limbs. Hands, legs, and heads dripped with blood as they fell to the ground. Clanging sounds could be heard from time to time. The ground in front of the temple was originally filled with water, but in less than a minute, the water had been dyed red. In less than 3 minutes, the water had mostly turned into blood. It was extremely thick, and under the moonlight, it had a strange red hue to it. Pooh! The last bladesman fell to the ground, as the wound on his throat was ripped open, and blood flowed freely. Ugh! Following that, the sound of someone vomiting could be heard. The two of them turned around to look and saw Shen Wanlin stabbing her blade into the ground. She was vomiting, and beside her were 2 bladesmen. They had been killed by Shen Wanlin. In my previous life, I've never heard that Shen Wanlin knew martial arts. Oh, no wonder she was able to survive the assassination attempt. So she knew how to use a blade. Pei Ziyun finally understood. Seeing Meng Luo Gong fleeing far away, Pei Ziyun was astonished. This man was extremely cruel and vicious. In order to obtain the 8 treasures of clarity, he had decisively killed his own family. For the sake of the Tao, he had endured for more than 10 years. He had even ruined his own reputation and plotted against his nephew. Following that, he was surrounded by dozens of people and had failed to kill him in a single strike. When faced with the threat of death, he immediately escaped. Such a person, if he were to participate in the Battle of the Dragon, he would have the qualifications to become a general star. No wonder he was chosen by Xie Changdong. Such a person, how did he die at the hands of Shun Jun all those years ago? Although Pei Ziyun was astonished, his mission was more important. He then turned to Shun Wanlin and said, "Take care of your brother. I shall go kill this Meng Luogong." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out of the door. He saw a few horses standing by the door, not running away. He then mounted them and shouted, "Jia!" The horse then chased after Meng Luogong's shadow. Shun Wanlin regained her senses and hurriedly helped Shun Jin up. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I didn't activate the deadly body technique, and thus didn't expend too much energy. My wounds aren't serious either. I've just been poisoned. I've already taken several antidote pills. Although they aren't very effective, I should be able to suppress the poison. When I get back, I'll slowly concoct the antidote." Shinjin's face was pale as he forced a smile. He knew that even though he hadn't activated the deadly body technique, the poison and his injuries had taken a significant amount of damage. He couldn't tell this to his sister. He then looked at Shun Wanlin guiltily. "Sister, I've dragged you down. No, if it weren't for this, I would have married this heartless and unscrupulous Zhang Ping. I'm the one who's pitiful." When Shinjun heard this, he nodded his head and changed the topic. "You were drugged. Was it that person who saved you?" "Yes, his surname was Pei." "His surname was Pei?" Shinjun fell into deep thought and didn't speak immediately. After some time, he said, "Although he used a sword, he did use our Shun family's blade techniques to kill people. Didn't you notice that this person fought with our Shun family's blade techniques? Every time he killed an enemy, he would learn a few more variations. The Shun family's 37 stances refers to the 37 variations of our family's blade techniques. Every variation is a killing move. I saw just now, this person killed 16 people in a row and learned 21 variations of his blade techniques. That's unbelievable. The scariest thing was that once he learned every variation, it was extremely pure. It was as though he had practiced it for 10 years. There were even some slight changes. When I thought about it carefully, my hair stood on end. This was an improvement. As Shun Jun spoke up to this point, he revealed a look of fear. This is too terrifying. His surname is Pei. Which family in the martial arts world has the surname Pei? Shun Wanlin hesitated before saying, "He doesn't seem to be a martial artist. On the way here, I asked him about it. He said he was a scholar and was a high scholar." "Scholar? High scholar?" Shinjun paused before a thought flashed across his mind. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Could it be that he's the famous top scorer, Pei, whose name Shuking Prefecture? Shinjun had heard of Pei Ziyun's name before. However, they were from two different worlds. Hence, Shinjun would never have guessed that this terrifying person was the famous top scorer Pei of Ing Prefecture. "No, I can't catch up to him. I can only sacrifice this horse." At this point, Pei Ziyun was still riding the horse. However, he wasn't proficient in riding. He could see that Meng Luogong's horse was traveling at a much faster speed. He then pointed a finger at the horse's head, causing its eyes to turn bloodshot. "Meng Luogong, you won't be able to escape." Pei Ziyun drew closer. "What demonic technique did you use on this horse? It's obviously an ordinary horse. How can it travel at such a speed?" Meng Luogong turned around to look, his face contorted in anger. Although he knew it was a Dao technique, he couldn't help but curse it out loud. However, it seemed like it had reached its destination. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was chasing after it, it leaped off the horse and ran into the forest. Pei Ziyun followed suit and ran into the forest. The forest wasn't very big. Meng Luogong passed through it and saw a huge river. There was a huge boat in front of him. He leaped onto the boat and landed on the deck. "Someone's coming?" Pei Ziyun leaped onto the boat as well. At this point, someone pulled out a blade. The blade was like the autumn waters as it dashed towards Pei Ziyun. Strangely, there was no sound of wind or thunder. The blade drew an arc as it shot towards Pei Ziyun. It was like the shape of the clouds, the changes of the wind. Zhang Ping. Pei Ziyun stabbed forward, his sword gleaming with a cold light. With a pu sound, their shadows split apart. Zhang Ping retreated 2 steps, as his right side of his robes was ripped apart. There was a deep sword wound on his chest, revealing his green undergarments. Shun family 37 techniques? Zhang Ping exclaimed in shock as he touched his chest. Aren't you guys using the Shun family 37 techniques as well? Pei Ziyan laughed. Meng Luo Gong, Zhang Ping, you've both stolen the Shun family's blade techniques. It's really bad luck for the Shun family to marry you guys. However, according to the intelligence reports, Zhang Ping, you've only practiced this blade technique for 3 years, and you've already reached the 8th level. Meng Luo Gong, you've been living like a dog your entire life. The Shun family has been teaching you blade techniques for 20 years now, and you've only reached the 7th level. Meng Luo Gong's pupils shrank as he gripped his blade tightly. You're the thief. How do you know the Shun family 37 techniques? Was it Shun Zhun or that bitch Shun Wanlin who gave it to you? You've only realized it now? Even if I'm using a sword, humph, it seems like you're good at scheming. But in terms of sword techniques, you're just average. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. All of you come at me together. Kill him. At this point, someone on the deck shouted out. The 2 men behind Zhang Ping drew their blades at the same time and attacked. By now, the entire gang had evolved to the point where they would all attack together. Apart from a few people who had a strong sense of heroism, nobody dared to fight alone. The shape of the clouds, the changes of the wind, there's nothing to think about. Pei Ziyun shouted out, as his sword gleamed like a rainbow, piercing through the 2 men. A piu sound could be heard, as the 2 men straightened their bodies and screamed in pain. A large crack appeared on their bodies as fresh blood gushed out, and their internal organs were squeezed out. Zhang Ping and Meng Luo Gong quickly gathered together. Their faces were filled with shock. They felt their hair stand on end. The Shun family 37 techniques is the 9th level, or the 10th level. You've actually cultivated to this level. Chapter 139. Zhang Ping and Meng Luo Gong shouted out loud, as their knives sliced through the air, creating layers upon layers of knife nets. Wherever the knives passed, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. A ray of sword light, which was almost illusory, sliced through the gaps in the net, breaking through the net before disappearing again. Damn it! Both of them could feel the pressure as they unleashed their knives. Within a short period of time, the entire 37 stances had been used. Pei Ziyun, who had changed his position, swung his sword as a drop of blood dripped from his blade. His face was calm. Zhang Ping and Meng Luo Gong's faces were ashen. Chun Ping's shoulder was bleeding, and there were traces of blood on the wound. However, the wound was not deep, and not much blood was flowing out. Meng Luo Gong was in a worse state. His chest had been pierced. Although the wound was not deep, it was a vital point. If it had been any deeper, he would have died. The Shun family's 37 stances have all been mastered by me. Just now, I wanted to learn a few variations, and gave you a chance. But now, the game is over. This time, I will not limit myself to the Shun family's 37 stances. I will use my sword to kill you all. If you have any last words, speak them now. Pei Ziyun's face was cold as his sword flashed. Hearing these words, Zhang Ping and Meng Luo Gong's faces fell. Meng Luo Gong trembled slightly, while Chun Ping's face was ashen. He raised his knife and prepared to fight. Wait, one of them spoke out as the cabin door opened. 2 rows of soldiers walked out, all of them wielding long knives. Even though it was summer, they wore chainmail. Their skin was bronze in color, and their eyes were sharp. The man in the middle was wearing a silver crown and was dressed in a loose robe. His eyebrows were bright, but his eyes were filled with melancholy. This was the young master of Jibei Ho, Weiong, senior brother, junior brother. The 2 of them greeted each other. Pei Zi Yin sheathed his sword and walked up to Wei Yong. Under Wei Yang's fierce gaze, he sat down opposite him. Wei Yong waved his hands, and everyone started cheering. A serving maid came forward to serve tea. Wei Yong raised his cup and took a sip before smiling at Pei Zi Yun. "Junior brother, ever since you left last year, we haven't seen each other since. You're famous throughout the lands, and you've written many poems." Pei Zi Yun raised his cup and took a sip of tea as well. He then looked at Pei Zi Yun and sighed. "Senior brother has lost weight." Wei Yong said, "Apprentice brother looks even more heroic." "Fine. It looks like you're not used to drinking tea. Serve wine." Another serving maid served them wine, along with 2 dishes. One was beef jerky, and the other was peanuts. Wei Yong personally poured the wine and spoke, "Capital city, southern kingdom, each and every one of us went sightseeing, and even composed poems." As he spoke, he recited, "When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless things in the world." At this point, he couldn't help but lament, "Junior martial brother is really a rare talent." Pei Zi Yun raised his goblet and drank the wine in one gulp. He then laughed, "I'm born with talent, and I'm destined to have a use for it. Even if 1,000 gold is gone, it will come back again. I was originally a person who had nothing better to do. Now that the Emperor's grace has been bestowed upon me, I only want to cultivate and ride the waves. But the tree desires peace, but the wind doesn't stop. I'm in a difficult position." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of peanuts, which smelled fragrant and crispy. He then drank another cup. "I see that not only has senior martial brother lost weight, but you're also filled with worry. Why is that?" Wei Yong laughed bitterly as he poured himself a cup of wine and drank. "Living in this world, how can one not worry? People change. Do you know that when father retired, there were soldiers who were dissatisfied with him, causing trouble. Father ordered me to suppress them, and so I led my troops. In one go, I killed more than 100 soldiers who were causing trouble. It was a bloody scene. Whenever I close my eyes, I think of it." When Pei Zi Yun heard this, he nodded his head. "You're quite righteous. I've been to both the north and south, and in these 2 years, I've killed many times more people than you have. In this world, if you want to live comfortably, freely, and luxuriously, who can escape from this?" He then struck the bowl with his cup and recited, "Ye's court has been set up, the family has lost its banquet. When we meet, we sing the praises of the Tumi and leave the fan in sorrow. Among the flowers, there are butterflies, and behind the curtain, there are 2 swallows. When spring comes, I sit and regret the changes of beauty. In my life, I care about you, and my past is worthless. The heart of an old friend is eternal, but the one who loves me is gone." When Pei Zi Yun had finished reciting, he noticed that everyone was in a daze. He then laughed. "If life is like the first time we meet, it's better not to meet. But if you ask me, I feel that it's better to have met. Even if the fan laments the autumn wind, it's still fate. Fans were used in the summer to drive away the heat. When autumn came, no one would care about them. They were supposed to love each other, but they ended up parting ways." Hearing this, Wei Yong was in a daze. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The 2 of them fell silent. Both of them were of similar age and had different personalities. However, they had been friends for a long time and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity with each other. But now, they could feel the changes and unfamiliarity in each other's hearts. Wei Yong paused for some time before speaking. "These 2 men are from my family. I don't know how they offended my junior brother. For my sake, let them off this time. How about that? I will listen to senior brother's words. But senior brother cannot bully me. This Zhang Ping is from your family, but this Meng Luo Gong isn't from your family, right? Oh, it looks like junior brother's determination to kill this man is very strong." Wei Yong laughed. "Then I have no choice." Zhang Ping and Meng Luo Gong were both sect leaders or young sect leaders. They were wealthy and had hundreds of subordinates under them. However, they couldn't even make a sound and could only watch as Pei Zi Yun laughed. Hearing these words, Meng Luo Gong's face turned ashen, while Zhang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. He then thought to himself, a real man should be like this. Weiyang then raised his head to look at Meng Luo Gong. He could see that Meng Luo Gong's eyebrows were furrowed and filled with killing intent. Meng Luo Gong had wounds on his body and was still bleeding profusely. He looked at Pei Ziyun. His expression was calm. You are top scorer, Pei. I wonder what I've offended that you're here to kill me? Or perhaps you're acquainted with the Shun family. Seeing Meng Luo Gong in such a state, Pei Ziyun sighed. This man's heart was vicious, and yet he was able to maintain his composure even in the face of death. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, You have no ties with the Shun family, and you have not offended me. It's just that you have chosen to follow the wrong person. You followed the wrong person? Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Meng Luo Gong mumbled under his breath, as if he had understood something. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. He raised his blade and charged forward. Young master, be careful. The soldier beside Weiyang stepped forward to protect him. Seeing Meng Luo Gong charging towards Pei Ziyun, he shouted out, 8 purities, sacrificial art. The saber light shone brightly, and its power increased by several times. It turned into a dazzling arc of light. At the juncture of life and death, it also gave off the feeling of the wind and clouds changing without thinking. Breakthrough in battle? What a pity, Pei Ziyun said plainly. Even though he had cultivated the Shun family's 37 techniques to the 10th level, he was still at the level of a grandmaster. Pei Ziyun felt that he could benefit from it, and hence decided to learn it. Now that he was able to unleash his full potential, he didn't think much of the 8th level of the technique. Sword Chi burst forth, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a shadow flashed past. In that instant, the shadow seemed to distort, as if he had lost his human form. Amidst the whistling of the saber, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The saber light dissipated, and the saber light dissipated. The whistling sound faded, and everything returned to normal. Meng Luo Gong retreated to the side of the deck. His legs were in a mess, and he swayed unsteadily. His left arm hung limply by his side. Although his arm was not broken, the sword had pierced through it, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It's a Dao technique, not my fault. In that instant, Meng Luo Gong had sustained 2 wounds. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and jumped off the boat. Pei Ziyun dashed forward and saw that Meng Luo Gong was in midair and was about to fall into the water. Pei Ziyun kicked the ship's anchor, and it flew out. With a piu sound, it landed heavily on Meng Luo Gong's back and pierced through his chest. Pei Ziyun then kicked the wooden plank, causing it to fall onto the surface of the water. The sword light flashed, and Meng Luo Gong's head flew into the air. Pei Ziyun then reached out to grab his hair and held onto the head. He then leapt off the plank and landed on the shore. He then turned around and smiled at Weiyang. Senior brother, I'm leaving now. What do you think of my junior brother's martial arts? Weiyang looked at Pei Ziyun's disappearing silhouette and turned around to ask. The cabin door opened once more, and a man walked out. He was a eunuch dressed in a 6th-ranked official robe. His skin was fair and clean, and his mannerisms were gentle and refined. It was obvious that he was a scholarly official. The eunuchs within the palace were all ranked, and had all been taught by the Imperial Academy. Moreover, there were a few foreigners wearing pointed hats, green clothes, and white leather boots following behind him. Under the system of the Su dynasty, the highest-ranking eunuch was the eunuch. The eunuch was only a 4th-ranked official, while the 6th-ranked official was the assistant eunuch of the imperial palace. This eunuch's authority was not small. He revealed a serious expression as he spoke in a sharp voice. He's indeed very powerful. No wonder he could kill the Black Robe guards and spoil King Lu's plans. He then continued, I've heard that this person went to the palace hall to meet the emperor. The commander of the palace hall spoke to the grand princess about this. He said that a person like this isn't suitable to meet the emperor, and that the grand princess wouldn't be happy about it. From what I've seen, the commander of the palace hall wasn't making a big deal out of nothing. From his tone, it seemed that this eunuch was King Lu's subordinate. That was even more rare. Kings could have eunuchs, but they couldn't be higher than the 5th-ranked. This 6th-ranked eunuch was his assistant. Weiyang had a look of suspicion on his face. Is he really that strong? The eunuch nodded his head. Yes, he's very strong. Just based on his martial arts, he's one of the best in the world. There are only a few people in this world who are as strong as him. Combined with his Dao arts, he's invincible. Eunuch, I've received orders from my father to lead an army. There were many highly skilled fighters in the army, but when the army charged at them, they were immediately defeated. Why is Eunuch praising him so highly? The eunuch shook his head. I've seen many highly skilled fighters in the army, and they couldn't even be compared to Pei Ziyun. The only difference is that they're within a few feet of each other. I wonder if the soldiers would be able to defend against an ambush. Of course, there's a limit to a person's strength. If it were purely martial arts, there's no need to worry too much. However, there are some Dao arts that I know of that can break through the enemy's formation in an instant. I've seen a Daoist priest use Dao arts to blind the enemy and break through the enemy's formation. In the end, the Daoist priest had to use a crossbow to shoot the enemy to death. Pei Ziyun's Dao arts and martial arts are both top-notch. When combined, it's terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the Dao arts couldn't be used on the noble, I'm afraid the noble wouldn't even be able to sleep. Weiyang saw that the eunuch was being frank and nodded his head. So that's how it is. The eunuch then continued. The rarest thing is that not only is this person's Dao arts and martial arts skills top-notch, even his literary works have the demeanor of a great scholar. It's been said that when Han Lin read his essays for the imperial examinations, he said that the grand scholar was only SOSO. As for his poetry, his name is known throughout the world. He's the best under the heavens. What's even more shocking is that he understands politics as well. His strategy to exterminate the pirates was very effective. It's very easy to learn and master, and it doesn't cost much. He has the demeanor of a high-ranking official. That's why many people are interested in him. I'm not the only one who's investigating him. According to what I know, there's also the Crown Prince and the Grand Princess. The eunuch paused for a moment before instructing. Send someone to investigate why top scorer Pei has his eyes on Meng Luogong. Who's the mastermind behind this? Yes, Fan Z replied. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.